The House is resumed for the extended sitting. I call on Government Order of the Day number 6.
Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu Claim Settlement Bill, first reading.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu Claim Settlement Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu Claim Settlement Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Māori Affairs Committee to consider the bill, and at the appropriate time I intend to move that the bill will be reported to the House by 6th of March 2026. Nā iwi nui tonu o Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu no mai, haru mai, rau rangatira mā tēnei taku mihi atu kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā kātou katoa. Madam Speaker, just over a month ago I had the privilege of hosting Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu here at Parliament for the signing of their deed of settlement. And now we come to welcome them back to Parliament for the first reading of their bill. Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu, I extend a warm welcome to you, your negotiators, Jill Taylor and Nicholas Scott, and all those witnessing the first reading of the bill. I'm pleased to speak in support of a bill that has been many years in the making. The overarching claim for Hauraki Iwi Y100 was lodged at the Waitangi Tribunal in 1987, 38 years ago. Tane Mōkena and Peter Te Whaurau subsequently lodged Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu specific claims Y663 and Y695 in 1997. And Jill Taylor also lodged a specific claim in 2008. The Waitangi Tribunal heard and reported on some of those claims in the 2006 Hauraki Inquiry Report. The historical grievances of Ngāti Tumu Tumu particularly centre on the loss of lands and surrounding the sacred Te Aroha Maunga, where Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu have long exercised kēakitanga and drawn mana and substance. The grievances in particular relate to the Crown's confiscation of land in which Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu had interests after they sent men to fight Crown forces in the Waikato. Crown land purchasing techniques also, Crown control of lands through the mining residence site licences and the operation and impact of the Native Land Court laws saw Ngāti Tumu Tumu's alienation from Te Aroha Hot Springs and taking of Ngāti Tumu Tumu land under the Public Works legislation. All this in combination left Ngāti Tumu Tumu virtually landless, undermined in their traditional tribal structures, and also caused significant economic, cultural and spiritual hardship. In 2009, Sir Douglas Graham proposed a regional approach to treaty settlements in the Kaipara, Tamaki, Makaurau and Hauraki regions. Subsequently, in 2011, at Hui in Auckland and Te Aroha, the people of Ngāti Tumu Tumu formally gave the Ngāti Rāhere Settlements Committee a mandate to negotiate a treaty settlement on their behalf. The path to settlement included signing an agreement in principle in July 2011, initialing a deed of settlement in 2017, and last month signing both the settlement deed and the Pare Hauraki collective redress deed, through which Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu will also receive redress. At the deed signing, Jill Taylor spoke of the challenges of the treaty settlement processes and reminded us of the importance of relationships, tikanga, and acting with integrity. And I remember that speech well and acknowledge the sentiments in it. I acknowledge the immense work Ngāti Rāhere Tumu Tumu put into the settlement and the many compromises reached for this point, keenly aware that Ngāti Tumu Tumu, of course, have lost a number of esteemed members who contributed to this process and did not live to see this day. This is a special moment in the settlement journey, and it's only appropriate that at a time like this we reflect on those who have passed and acknowledge their work and acknowledge the pain and the sense of loss that goes with that. And so to Jill and Nikki and your fellow negotiator, the late Mapuna Turner, who navigated Tumutumu through this complex negotiation process, I want to thank you for your work and your efforts. It's taken determination and tenacity. On the Crown side, I do want to acknowledge the Honourable Rick Barker, who's in the House here today, former Member of Parliament, as well as more recently Brian Dickey, KC. Finally, I also acknowledge my predecessors, Christopher Luxon and Andrew Little, as well as their ministerial colleagues and agencies who have assisted over time, particularly Te Tauri Whakatau. Mr. Speaker, the Claims Settlement Bill gives effect to the settlement package. It includes the Crown acknowledgement of our breaches of the Treaty of Waitangi and their grievous consequences for Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, their mana and their tonga. Settlement includes 5.5 million of financial and commercial redress. It includes vesting 18 sites of cultural significance, with 2 sites jointly vested with other iwi. A range of Crown agreements with a range of Crown agencies. A range of mechanisms to acknowledge Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu spiritual, cultural, historical and traditional values in areas of particular significance to them. And a cultural redress payment, part of which will go towards the cultural revitalisation of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu. In the deed, the Crown acknowledges that recognition of the long-standing grievances of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu and the provision of redress for these grievances is long overdue. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased that we'll be hearing speeches from members from the other side of the House and all around the House, and we recognise that this is a process that as a country we've been working on for 3 or 4 decades now, and has enjoyed wide support across that. No settlement solves every problem in the world. It can never make up for everything that happened in history, and it requires grace on all sides. But it is a genuine effort that we as a country have been on for the last few years, recognising the mistakes and the wrong deeds and of the past, and seeking to make acknowledgement for that. And I look forward to continuing this legislation through the House, so that in 2026 we may finally achieve full settlement of your historic Treaty of Waitangi claims and to enter into a new stage of our relationship. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Ginny Anderson.
O tēnā koe I te mangai o te whare. Ko te mihi tuatahi ki te atua nana nei ngā mea katoa. Ko te mihi tuarua ki te whare e tū nei, tēnā koe. Tēnā koutou I ngā memo o whare parimata. Tēnā hoki koutou ngā uri o Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu e noho mai ana e tēnei rā. Nō reira tēnā koutou, hui hui mai tātou katoa. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the honour, I will say, of being able to stand and speak today on the reading of this bill, the Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu Claims Settlement Bill. Madam Speaker, this bill records the acknowledgements and also the apology made to Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu by the Crown when the deed of settlement was signed, and it gives effect to the redress in that deed that requires this legislation today. In doing so, I see it as representing both a beginning and an end to the long process of negotiation and the beginning of a new chapter for Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, one grounded in recognition and I hope also renewed partnership. The bill before us today is the expression of the deed that was signed on the 26th of November 2025, which concluded 15 years of negotiations between Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu and the Crown. It delivers in it the formal apology by the Crown for the breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and it provides a range of commercial and cultural redress for the iwi to move forward with. The rohi of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu extends across Te Aroha, the Kaimai Ranges, the Hauraki Plains and the Coromandel Peninsula. And within it, I know that you are a proud community with unbroken connection to the land, waters, and also Te Aotearoa as well included in this. And that is despite the generations of hardship that you have endured. Like so many iwi, sadly, Ngāti Rauhiri Tumutumu is one of deep resilience in the face of incredible loss over the years. Your grievances arise from a series of Crown actions and policies throughout the 19th and the 20th centuries that stripped land, autonomy, and also opportunity. This included the confiscation of 290,000 acres of land in Tauranga following the 1963 Waikato War. In 1964, the purchase of katikati and tupuna blocks were made without any proper investigation into your rights and from the Crown's subsequent failure to establish any of the reserves that it promised to deliver. Later, the native land court processes made further fragmentation and alienated remaining lands, undermining collective Māori ownership and rendering people to become increasingly landless. The proclamation of a goldfield at Te Aroha in 1880 deprived Ngāti Rauhiri Tumutumu of control over your own resources without any of your consent being provided. For generations, Madam Speaker, the economic benefit that goldfield flowed elsewhere, while the maunga of Ngāti Rauhiri Tumutumu bore the scars of mining and pollution. The most damaging of these environmental injustices came with the Tui mine operation between 1966 and 1973, which left Te Aroha maunga contained with heavy metals and made unsafe for the generations to come. On top of this, Crown policies discouraging te reo Māori in schools further eroded the ability for Ngāti Rauhiri Tumutumu to have te reo Māori as part of day-to-day life. Taken together, these actions and omissions left Ngāti Rauhiri Tumutumu virtually landless and deeply affected by the consequences of the Crown's actions that impacted on social, cultural and economic well-being for your people. Today, Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge those that are here today in the House. I would like to say that the redress provided is not the end of this story. It is a new beginning, providing you with the tools to carve out a future for your people. I really hope that this settlement may bring some healing to the wounds of the past. I hope that it reaffirms your enduring connection with Te Aroha maunga and also your lands. But most of all, I hope that it empowers your mokopuna to thrive for the generations to come ahead. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Te anō tui ono.
Tēnā koe e te māngai o te whare. Tua ke tēnei mō nā kākareki, mō tēnei o nā pire whakatau kreme, hoi te tuatahi me mehi atu ki te whānau hara mai tāwhiti te aroha, nau mai hara mai ki tēnei o nā paremata, ko moihau te taurapa, ko te aroha te tauhui, hoi ko te tatau o hauraki whānui, ko koutou anō tērā nō reira, nau mai, hara mai, te aroha ki uta, te aroha ki tai, e mihana ki nā tupuna i kaha i te whawhai kia tau tēnei kreme ki te pai. Iau e pānui ana i tēnei o nā pire e te pika i ruku ai ki roti nā rangahau o tō rātou nei tupuna, te ruinga i marama pai au o na piringa ki tauranga moana o tira kia hauraki anō. Anō reira, ka mihi atu au ki era hononga i Wainganui i a rātou. Ki roto i tērā hitori anō, i kite anō au i te raupatu o tō rātou nei whenua, mai tō rātou nei piringa kia Waikato i a rātou e whawhai ana kia Piritana Nui, te whawhai ana, te krauna i aua wā, tai noa i noho raupatu anō rātou kua riro, nā whenua, nā rawa katoa ki nā ringa o te krauna. Nō reira, ko tēnei pire, i hare te mea ka taia te whakatika i nā mea katoa, hoi anoa he tapuwai noa ki runga i te hikoi, me kaha tātou katoa te hikoi hia ki roto i nā nekeneke hanga o tēnei me te aroha ki te tiriti o Waitaki. Anō reira, koutou nau mai, haere mai. Madam Speaker, as I was researching about this bill and learning about the depth of the history of the people that have been welcomed here today, I noted that actually this is not their first time to Parliament. That actually this issue had come to Parliament in 1877 under the Native Affairs Act, where the petitioners argued that Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu were the main occupants of Te Aroha, and they objected to the Crown purchasing land in the block from other iwi. In that petition they wrote that the land, Te Aroha, belongs to us alone, to our ancestors, to our hapu, Ngāti Tumutumu, and we and our hapus who have permanently occupied this land, Te Aroha, from days long gone up to the present day, have large interest in the land, and we are still exercising acts of ownership on the land according to Māori custom. No other hapus or tribes had any right or title whatever to this land, Te Aroha, according to Māori custom. And in that petition, they pointed out about the injustices, things that they did to try to get some control over their land, and get some control over their whenua. 1877, Madam Speaker. I'm hoping that this first reading is a step in reconciling those issues that have been long simmering for the people. I want to acknowledge their tenacity. I want to acknowledge their resilience. I want to acknowledge, as we say in Māori, whakapau wera wera. They've just done all the hard mahi as well to get to this particular point. But also to acknowledge that this is not the end. These treaty settlements are just a beginning and the start of another journey, a positive step in another journey that I hope, a journey towards resilience as well. I also note that in researching about this bill, about the impacts of mining, the impacts of gold mining, and as the Greens, this is something that we totally sympathise with. You have to look after the whenua. We have to treasure the whenua as well, and noting that all of the proceeds and the profits that came from the mining went to somebody else. So, I haere te mea he mutunga kore, tēnei o nā pire, hoina he timatanga hau, he timatanga te tumanako e nākai nui ana te oronga o Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu ki runga i tō rātou nei hehia, kia ora ka anō tō rātou nei tino rangatiratanga, tō rātou nei mana motu hake ki runga i nā āhuatanga i moimoia o rātou nei tūpuna mai i te ruinga tainoa kia rātou mā i whawhai ki roto i nā pakanga whenua, ki roto i te hunga i haramai me tō rātou petihana i te tau 1877, te wero ki te kāwanatanga i taua wā, tainoa kia koutou e noho maina. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of the ACT Party on Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, and I welcome you to the House. You've been welcomed this morning, but I'm proud to be able to stand up and speak in favour of this bill in front of you today, those who have come. Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu is a hauraki iwi with rohe that extends from Hauraki through over to Tauranga Moana. We've heard contributions today about the alienation that's happened on both sides of Kaimai, the beautiful land that is Te Aroha, the mountain, and indeed the town. The history of the town being built is a sad one for Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, with so much promise, but actually so much letdown, as we see in this bill here today, that it gives effect to the deed of settlement signed many years ago, but as my colleague who has just spoken mentioned, initiated many decades ago, generations, and so much pain has come between then and now. This town of Te Aroha is a jewel in the area. The historic nature of the town is deep. You only have to take a walk around to know that not just the culture, with the hot springs and the what are they called, the bubbling waters, the carbon dioxide waters that lead to special things such as lemon and paeroa, but also making Te Aroha a place that people from around the world once came to visit before Aotearoa was the hotspot that it now is. Te Aroha was the place. And I can imagine how for generations watching people come and enjoy and build and create without having the promised part of reserves and land set aside for Ngāti Rāhere Tumutumu to have what was promised was painful and has led to generations of fight to get it back. Like I say, the town of Te Aroha has got much history built on it in the last 150, 160 years, but there's a lot more history that goes before that. The time I spend around there, I enjoy listening to some of the stories about what the maunga, what Te Aroha's connection is to the other side of my area and back to Makitu, also up into the Coromandel and through the greater Hauraki area and also the Kaimai Ranges. It's a dominant mountain that oversees the whole area. But that means that the mountain has got a geological history too that is explained too with much stories from Ngāti Rāhere Tumutumu's experience in the area, which as we know now, we know in this bill, runs deep and explains a lot of why the connection from land that was lost through confiscations, through misdeeds and through bad dealing hurts so much. Look, the beautiful side that is the Tauranga Moana, it's a difficult one to get one's head around with the Waikato Awards, the way that operated for someone like myself in Tauranga who learnt the history of what I always thought was sort of an isolated conflict in Tauranga, but also, through the process of these treaty settlements, learning our history, the interconnectivity of the Waikato Wars all the way through the Bay of Plenty up to the Tamaki Makaurau area, through the Waikato, through other battles like Ōrākau, stories of Ngāti Rāhere Tumutumu's warriors going to fight in these wars gives much mana to this hapu and iwi around the Waikato area. So this bill is going to be is giving, as I say, giving action to the deed of settlement, financial redress, cultural redress, making sure that there's acknowledgements in the way government deals with Ngāti Rāhere Tumutumu and its provisions there in the Hauraki area and around. It's an important step forward that I hope will be taken as a promise for the future to build a stronger and more longer-lasting relationship between the Crown and Ngāti Rāhere Tumutumu. Thank you very much for your patience with this House. Thank you.
Jenny Marcroft.
E te pika tēnā koe. Ti hei mauri ora. Ko te ti, ko te tā, ko te hu, ko te aka. Ko te aka mātua e here nei a tātou. E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā karangatanga maha o Ngāti Rāhere Tumutumu. Ka nui te mihi atu nei nā tēnei uri no te popoto I utukura. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. E kore e mimiti te mamai I riro whenua atu o tere nā taonga I tuku mai I ngā tūpuna hei oranga mō ngā uri whakatupu. Riro whenua atu, hoki whenua mai. Aha ko he iti he timatanga tēnei. Mā konei ka tū rangatira anō te mana Māori, ka pōwai te hapu me ngā uri whakatupu. Hoi anō ko te whenua te wau mō ngā uri whakatupu, mā konei ka ora ai te iwi. Tēnei ka mihi, tēnei ka mihi, tēnei ka mihi ki a tātou katoa. Madam Speaker, I begin firstly on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Ngāti Rāhere Tumutumu Claim Settlement Bill. And I'd like to acknowledge and pay tribute to the generations of Ngāti Rāhere Tumutumu who have taken this journey together to seek justice for their people. To the many members of the iwi who have passed away over the course of this journey and are not here in this House to bear witness to this historic first reading of the Ngāti Rāhere Tumutumu Claim Settlement Bill, I acknowledge you. To the members and those of the post-settlement government's entity and all the members of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu who are here in the House today, I welcome you to the House of Representatives, that you are here on behalf of your iwi aspirations for the future and hopes for the generations to come. This bill, Madam Speaker, is a result of many long years. I was going to say 15, but we've heard actually it goes back to the 1800s. So these negotiations now have been going on for a decade or so between the Crown and Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu. Now, in the 2023 census, they noted that there are 510 members of the iwi, while small in number, mighty in mana. Madam Speaker, this is an iwi that is one of the original iwi with ancient whakapapa in around Te Kapa Moana and the Hauraki Gulf. You've been recognised in the broader family of the Hauraki Gulf, the 12 iwi of Hauraki, including Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, that are part of the Pare Hauraki Collective in relation to collective redress for those shared interests in the Hauraki region. But this bill today, Madam Speaker, is about iwi-specific matters. Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, you are rejuvenating your sense of place, expanding the knowledge amongst the whānau, and reclaiming your identity that was eclipsed through colonisation and the general drift of iwi from their homelands. The area of interest of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu centres around Te Aroha, extends across the Kaimai Range to Katikati and Te Puna, and the Hauraki Plains and the Coromandel Peninsula. Earlier in the 1990s, Madam Speaker, I was a broadcaster on Kiwi FM, and we broadcast coast to coast from the Waikato through to the Bay. And we had a transmission tower on top of Mount Te Aroha, and we had a promo which spoke about the Tower of Power, 50,000 kilowatts of power from the top of Mount Te Aroha. And that tower is still there today. It's a radio broadcast tower. It's an FM. There's also Whisper and a relay station with point-to-point DMR, and it's likely also carrying some cellular backhaul on it. Those towers were probably put up without any acknowledgement to the iwi. I'm making that assumption. We wouldn't probably do that today. We would have a greater recognition of the need to speak with iwi if we're going to place towers, whether they're cellular or broadcast, on our sacred maunga. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to conclude my contribution saying that the grievances and what the Crown did, the actions and its omissions, including the land acquisitions, confiscations and the introduction of native land laws, alienated Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu from their ancestral lands. There is no doubt that today this bill will begin the writing of a new story for Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, and I look forward to the progress of this bill as it goes through to Select Committee and back for its third and final reading. I commend it to the House.
Orini Kaipara.
He te whare, he te mana whakahaere o te whare nei, ai whakamiha atu ana. Hanei, kei te kapu o takuringa ko te rau o te aroha. Ko te rau o te aroha, nāku nā te māngai o tāmaki makaurau, ko te rau o te aroha nāku nā te Pāti Māori, ko te rau o te aroha tēnei e toro atu ana kia koutou o Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, e ke ana te kōrero mō kau ki runga tāmaki ki raro mga toatoa ki Waenga Nui pare hauraki pare Waikato. Ko te kaukauroa o Pātetere ki Waenga Nui ki te nehe nui, koutou e ngā uri o ngā mātua tīpuna nau mai, waihape mai, e tau ki tō koutou whare. Madam Speaker, before the arrival of Tauiwi, Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu lived beneath the korowai of Maunga Te Aroha, their ancestral mountain, their kaitiaki, their source of strength. The rivers, the bush, the hot springs, ngā wai ariki, all were woven into the life and the very identity of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu. The whenua provided and the people in turn, they cared for it. That balance between tangata and whenua, between wairua and oranga, was the foundation of who they are. Then came the Crown's war in the Waikato in 1863. Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu, bound by whakapapa and tikanga, sent their men to stand alongside other Māori fighting for their whenua and their rangatiratanga. For that act of loyalty, Madam Speaker, the Crown branded them rebels. The punishment was swift and harsh. Hundreds of thousands of acres were confiscated across Tauranga, lands where Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu held deep interests. Though some was later returned, it came back under individualised titles, breaking down collective ownership and weakening the iwi's hold on their own whenua. Through the following years, Crown dealing stripped away more of their land, katikati, te puna, and then te aroha. Promises of reserves for urupa and wāhi tapu were never honoured. Even the sacred Waiariki, the hot springs of Te Aroha, gifted to the Crown with the understanding the iwi would always have access, it was taken. By the 1920s, almost all of Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu's lands had been lost. By the end of the century, less than 3% remained in Māori ownership. Along with the whenua went their reo, went their tikanga and their way of life that kept that iwi, Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu, connected to their maunga Te Aroha. Many of them were forced to leave, seeking work, seeking stability, but in that leaving, that disconnection, mamai and loss that they carry to this very day. That is the legacy this redress acknowledges, a legacy of confiscation and broken promises, of wairua wounded but not destroyed. And yet through it all, Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu endure. Even when their lands were taken, their mauri remained. Even when their voices were silenced, their mana never left them. Today, I tēnei rā, this bill gives effect to a settlement that says clearly and finally, the Crown was wrong. It offers an apology, the return of sacred sites and financial redress to help them rebuild. But more than that, Madam Speaker, it restores recognition and begins to heal a relationship that was once torn apart. Kei ngā uri o Ngāti Tumutumu Rāhiri. Your endurance is your power. Tikana te rā kōrero. Through everything you have kept the flame alive, the stories, your iwi, the waiata, the whakapapa, the aroha, for your whenua alive. Today is a tribute to your tipuna who fought for justice and a gift to your mokopuna who will inherit the strength of your land. May this settlement be not an end, but may it be a beginning, a foundation for the future to come, a time to heal the whenua, to strengthen your people and to return home in every sense of the word. Huri noai tō tātou whare, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Tim van der Molen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the National Party at the first reading here of the Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu Redress Bill. Can I welcome all those in the gallery? It is wonderful to see you here today. And can I also say, Madam Speaker, that goodness they chose well. The best, most beautiful part of the country in the mighty Eastern Waikato region and other parts, and I'm proud to be the Member of Parliament for Waikato and sharing areas across Aotearoa in particular, a beautiful part of New Zealand and an area that I'm very proud of as well. And I can relate to that pride that comes with being in that region, having grown up in the Karangahaki and Paeroa area before moving to Matamata. Always having that deep connection to the region and being able to see Mount Te Aroha from just about anywhere around our beautiful region. It is indeed a real privilege, Madam Speaker. And we heard just before about lemon and pyro, LMP, coming from that area. Let's not also forget L and Te Aroha, lemon and Te Aroha, which preceded lemon and pyro, I'm informed. So actually comes from one of a few natural springs in the world that are carbonated, naturally carbonated spring. And of course the Mokina geyser in Te Aroha, the world's only soda water geyser. Incredible opportunities, Madam Speaker, for all those that wish to visit the beautiful region. Come along, spend your tourism money in our area. We most certainly welcome it. Shameless plug indeed. So look, this is, I think, an important step, and it is great to see now having this first reading. I would like to, of course, thank the negotiators on both sides, bringing to an end 15 years of negotiations on this process, which I think will be a welcome relief and provide that certainty, that confidence, this legislation going forward to bring finality to those historic claims, putting a line under some of the deeds that happened in the past, the unfortunate situations that we saw that impacted significantly on tumutumu. And I think now when we look to the redress that's being provided through this bill, Madam Speaker, in terms of the financial redress, the cultural redress, the opportunities that come to help put that foundation in place now as a springboard to grow the opportunities into the future. And I think that presents a massive opportunity, and indeed is a very nice positive step after the recent negative situation where the mighty Thames Valley Swamp Foxes lost the Mead Cup final. This is indeed some more positive news for our area. So we're very pleased to see that as well, Madam Speaker. So we look forward to following the progress of this bill through the House and seeing it pass with support from across the House, as we typically see on these sorts of bills, acknowledging what's happened in the past, but looking forward to the future with optimism. And I look forward to working with Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu as we continue to work on what's best for the mighty Te Araha area and further afield as well. So it's a pleasure to commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Honourable Pine Henare.
Reo Māori, Madam Speaker. Tupu Māori ora ki te whai au ki te ao marama te he wā Māori ora. Kāti te ata nei I tangi hia wō tātou mate, ngā mate I Māori mai e Ngāti Paua, e hauraki whānui ki runga o te Aotearoa, ki runga o Ngāti Toa, Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga I te ata nei. Ko tahi anake te kōrero ki a rātou, haere mai haere. Whakahokia mai ngā rārangi kōrero ki a tātou te hunga ora. Mēngia ana te kōrero, kāre au I te wewete I te whakapapa o hauraki. Ai, I mihi atu ki a Ngāti Paua I te ata nei, hoi no ka tāpai tonu tia, e nei mihi ki runga I a koutou e Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, ko tae mai ki runga I te karanga o rātou mā. Ngā mahi I timata hia ai o koutou mātua tūpuna, kua kōrero mai nā e tēnā o tēnei whare. No reira, haere mai, haere mai, haere mai. Me pono taku kōrero ki a koutou. I kite atua hau I te rārangi pire o te whare ki roto I te wiki kua pahure ake nei, ka kite atua hau I a Ngāti Rahiri. Ka pōhe ko ngā rāhiri no Ngāpuhi. Ka whakaaro ake, ko wai rā te nanakia I tohua mai nā Ngāti Rahiri tutuki hia te wahanga ki a Ngāpuhi kāhore. Engari kua kite atu, kua pānui atu I te pire, ka kite atu, he mana kairoto, he mana tupuna, he mana rangatira. No reira Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu tēnā koutou. Haere mai, tēnā koutou, haere mai, tēnā koutou, haere mai. Welcome to the House, and the speeches this morning have already spelt out much of the historical facts that are known to Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu as well as the Crown. They don't capture the fullness, though, of much of the story and the history that I know Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu and many of the other hapu and iwi of that rohe continue to carry. It is, however, the historical context negotiated with the Crown that spells out in this bill the history and the progress to move forward based on that history. So in the short time that I have in acknowledging that this is only the first reading, and I certainly hope to continue to see this bill through the committee stages and into its final reading, where we can not only mourn the past but celebrate the future. I want to share a story for our whānau of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, one of more recent relevance, but one that I know continued to push the maunga of Te Aroha in the small township that we know of Te Aroha to the world. Just the other day, I was in a conversation with the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Jacinda Ardern, and I mentioned to her that this particular bill was coming up for its first reading, and she went into nostalgic mode and shared stories of her fond memories of Te Aroha, mata in the district. And we cast our mind back to a conversation that her and I had, Madam Speaker, when she discovered that she was with baby and pregnant. And she said to me, Penny, I want a name for my baby. And I want the name to be significant to me, to my whānau, and to my upbringing. And in the course of a long discussion with her, we settled on Te Aroha. And at the time we discussed it, we talked about the importance of the maunga of Te Aroha and the importance of the connections of the people to that maunga and to the district and to the many places that members have already mentioned in the House this morning. From there, of course, the rest of the country knew this young kōtiro as Niv Te Aroha, not knowing fully exactly where that ingoa comes from. Now, that's a practice that isn't too common nowadays, but it's something that I think when we capture the history and we capture the events that took place that lead us to where we are today, they're of importance. To know that when that young kōtiro, Niv Te Aroha, goes into her bright future, the link to the home that we are discussing here this morning is one of significance and one of importance. When this bill goes through its committee stages, we look forward to hearing the fullness of that particular history, the one that provides the context to this bill, but also some of the missed opportunities. We know that the limitations around the negotiations with the Crown are very real. They don't fully capture exactly the desires and the aspirations of the iwi. Nonetheless, those who have worked hard to bring it to this point, we acknowledge you. We look forward to following this bill to its completion, and I say to Ngāti Rāhiri tumutumu, no mai, haere mai, whakatau mai.
Rima Nāklai.
Atamari to everyone gathered here today, in the gallery in particular. I want to say thank you very much for making the journey over here. As we've heard from my colleagues across the House, a lot of us journey to Yorohe often to have a break from reality in those beautiful lands that you have. But here you've travelled here, not necessarily as a break, but more to look in the face of what's coming in the future with respect to this settlement. So thank you for gracing us with your presence, to the people in the gallery, Madam Speaker, not to you. And it's a pleasure, a quiet pleasure rather, to stand up for the first reading speech in the Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu Claim Settlement Bill. I stand up in my role as Deputy Chair on the Māori Affairs Select Committee, a responsibility that I take very seriously and a responsibility that I know is actually a privilege. Our Chair sends his apologies, David McLeod, that he can't be here today, but he's always with us in spirit as we converse on the kaupapa before us. Just by way of some technicalities, and I think it's important, Madam Speaker, to mention them before we go on to other subject matters. Indeed, as we've heard, that the purpose of this bill is to give an effect in law to the deed of settlement signed between Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu and the Crown. And this was signed in 2025, 26 September 2025, not too long ago, but it in no way undermines the decades of struggle in order to get to this point. And what we know is that originally, and we're going back to, of course there was kōrero about going back to the 1800s, but originally in terms of recent history, the mandate was recognised in June of 2011, and that's a very important step. And the conversations I've had with the advisors for treaty settlements is that it's not easy to receive mandate. It is quite a robust and rigorous process. And so finally, mandate was recognised in 2011, but as we said, the deed was signed this year. So that's something that I feel is important for us to recognise for the record. It's always interesting as we embark on a treaty settlement, Madam Speaker, and when I listen to thoughts from across the House, and I would like to reflect today, with your indulgence, on how
when I was first introduced to Papakura Marae in South Auckland, it was quite an eye-opener to me. An eye-opener in that for me as someone that was born overseas and was embraced by New Zealand when I got married to my husband, Roger, it was an eye-opener in that this is a place that was established as a result of parts of the subjects that we're talking about here today. The Waikato Wars, the displacement of a lot of Māori from their whenua, the need to work in the city. But our elders, and God rest his soul, Mr. Brian Joyce, that passed away recently, who was quite a pinnacle figure in terms of establishing Papakura Marae, what they taught me is that this marae, amongst many others, was established as a result, like I said, of the displacement, to make sure that Māori, in particular the children, the mokapuna, still had a connection with their heritage, with their culture, with their language. And so I'm pleased that for you here today, all of you here in the gallery, and your cousins and brothers and sisters, that we are embarking on this journey that acknowledges some of the grave loss that your ancestors experienced and that is still ongoing to an extent. And I look forward to us progressing this through Select Committee and through the House as well. I commend this bill to the House.
Kushlatanga Manuel.
Tēnā koe e te māngai o te whare. O tira ko taku mihi tuatahi e tautoko ana o wau ki ngā mihi ki te wāhi ngaro. Nāna i ārahi mai a koutou kia tai ora mai koutou ki tēnei whare o koutou. O tira o tātou. Hoi anōra e ngā uri o ngā tirahiri tumutumu. Kei te rongo hoki a wau i te wairua o rātou kua wehe atu. Rātou kāre i tai mai ki te kite ko eke mai koutou ki tēnei wāhanga o tō haerenga, kia oti pai, kia whai oranga mō ngā uri whakaheke. Nā reira kia koutou ngā kanohi ora o rātou mā, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou e haere tonu ana, e whakahaere tonu ana i enei mahi, i temata i te tau ko tahi mano, e warurau whetu te kau mā whetu. Hoi anōra i tēnei rā, ko tēnei te hua, o tō koutou mahi mō ngā tau te kaumārima ko pahore. Nau mai, haere mai, tēnā ro atu koutou katoa. E te māngai o te whare, ki te tuau, ki te kōrero i runga i enei kaupapa e pāna ki te treaty, he taumahatanga ki runga i enei kōrero. Ka huri au ki te reo Pākehā e te māngai o te whare. It's always an honour to speak on treaty settlements, and there's always a sense of weight that comes with them because of what they represent. They represent pain, they represent injustice, they represent compromise, they represent hope, and they represent a commitment to the future. So I thank you for being here today. I also want to acknowledge Minister Goldsmith for your speech. It's always nice when we sit here as one unit of Parliament in unison, and especially the Minister's acknowledgement of alienation and, quote, the undermining of cultural structures over the years. Me pēhea rā tātou e whakatipu i tō tātou reo me o mātou tikanga me nā kārehe kāinga mō rātou ki te tipu. E te ake i te toru pai heneti o te whenua I mau tonu e a Ngāti Rāhiri tumutumu. Where will our language and our traditions flourish when they have no home? Where our legs have no whenua to stand on? Nowhere. They will be lost and they will be compromised. So tēnā koutou I mau tonu I o koutou tikanga me tō koutou reo. Aha kua ngā tūkinotanga a te krauna kia koutou. And I want to acknowledge, Madam Chair, that Ngāti Rāhiri tumutumu are indeed settling. And they are settling in good faith and as good partners to the Crown. But these redress What we are offering here today, $5.5 million, 18 sites, will never, ever pay for what has been taken. And so we must acknowledge people who come to this house and settle, because they are indeed settling in good faith and as good partners to the Crown, and it is a gracious act indeed. But it is an act of commitment to the future. So tēnei te miha kia koutou, ko te tumanako kāre e kore ka pua wai mai I konei. And I do not want to get too political on this, but while it's lovely to hear the acknowledgements of the government, please take heed. Please take heed and consider some of the legislation we are considering now that could land us back in this situation. Hoia nora, ka hoki atu ki ngā uri a Ngāti Rahiri tumutumu. Nā koutou te rānei. Hoia nora, ka whiwhi ia koutou, te rima, irakati rima, miliona tāra, ka hoki atu etahi o koutou whenua. E nā nei taku kōrero kia koutou. Aha kua te aha, he taima pai tēnei ki te tū hei Māori. Kei te pua wai, tō mātou reo, me o mātou tikanga, kei te whaimana tātou katoa, puta noa ia Aotearoa, otira I te ao, and kei te pua wai te ohanga Māori. Kāre kore tēnā pia mā tēnei pūtea paku noiho, ka uru koutou ki te ao, hei tautoko I te ohanga Māori, mō koutou uri whakatipu o tira mō tātou katoa o Aotearoa. Tēnei te mihi nui roa atu kia koutou e tautoko ana wau I tēnei pere.
Dana Kirkpatrick.
And Speaker, kia ora, he honore nui maku ki te kororo ki a koutou katoa. He mea nui ki a hau te tū I mua I a koutou me te whakanui I a koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I just want to say a special welcome to those in the gallery today. It's an honour to have you here, but it's also an honour to speak on this bill because it means so much. I want to acknowledge too, though, that this isn't the end, and there isn't anything in the world, as my colleague Kushla tonight Emmanuel said, there is nothing that will make right what happened. This is just the next step in the chapter of the wonderful people of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu. I have spent a fair amount of time in the beautiful rohi that the people of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu come from in my time as a reporter at the wonderful Hauraki Herald, which covered a large part of the rohi. And it is definitely a beautiful and extremely historically rich part of the country. And I want to acknowledge that much of that history in more recent times should have included Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu in a much more inclusive and different way than it probably has. I look forward to hearing the submissions and stories, hopefully, in your rohi when we go through the select committee process. Madam Speaker, it's 15 long years it has taken for Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu to reach this point, but as others have said, it's been a lot longer than that. This is just the treaty settlement part. I'm privileged to sit on the Māori Affairs Select Committee that will take this bill through the next stages, and I'm sure spend some time listening and understanding the stories from the region. And I just think it's useful to remind those around us that the region, or the rohi, includes Te Aroha, the Kaimai Ranges, Hauraki Plains and the Coromandel Peninsula. The Crown acknowledges that Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu has well-founded grievances arising from as far back as 1863 and the subsequent confiscation of 290,000 acres in Tauranga, as well as the many acts that followed in the years following. These grievances left the people of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu virtually landless and marginalised from their whenua. The Crown acknowledges that Crown action with respect to gold and other minerals deprived Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu of their rangatiratanga over land owned by them in the Hauraki region. The Crown also acknowledges that following acquisition of the Te Araha Springs, it did not provide for Ngāti Rahiri Tumu's relationship with the site, which has been a long-standing grievance for the people. The deed includes a Crown apology to Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu for its actions which harmed the people and for its breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and its principles. The Crown prejudiced Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu by promoting laws and policies which led to the loss of their whenua, damaged the sacred taonga Te Aroha Maunga, and severely undermined the well-being and ability of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu to pass on mātauranga Māori to their mokopuna, which has left us where we are today. The deed of settlement provides the apology and an agreed historical account and financial redress of $5.5 million. It includes cultural redress with the vesting of significant sites and mechanisms for ongoing relationships with government agencies, and commercial redress through rights to Crown properties. And a number of redress measures in the Kaimai Mamaku Conservation Park, primary industry arrangements and commercial arrangements too. As I've said previously, no amount of redress makes the actions right. And this is not the end, this is just the start of the new chapter. And I want to acknowledge those here today, those who have dedicated years to this but may not be with us still, and the agencies and ministries who have all worked on this settlement. Thank you for your patience, your hard work, your commitment and dedication to the work that you have done. Your patience, hard work and resilience is noted. I just want to say that we will look forward once again to taking this through to the next stages through the Select Committee, and thank you all so much for your attendance today. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Here Tumutumu Claim Settlement Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu Claim Settlement Bill be considered by the Māori Affairs Select Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Speaker, I move that the Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu Claim Settlement Bill be reported to the House by 6 March 2026.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Permission has been granted for a waiata. Now I understand we just need a short moment. Are we having some exchange of some of our visitors? Excellent, thank you. I think we are almost ready. Excellent, thank you. Can you all be seated, please, where you're able? Still got one or two people still coming through the side door up here. Thank you. So, members, in accordance with the determination... I call on Government Order of the Day number 7.
Ngāti Pāwa Claim Settlement Bill Committee Stage.
Members, in accordance with the determination of the Business Committee, the committee stage of this bill is followed immediately by a third reading. I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Ngāti Pāwa Claim Settlement Bill.
Morning. Members, the House is in committee on the Ngāti Pāwa Claims Settlement Bill. Members, we come first to Part 1. This is debate on clauses 3 to 21, preliminary matters, historical account, acknowledgements and apology, and settlement of historical claims. The question is that Part 1 stand part. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 426 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come now to Part 2, debate on clauses 22 to 120, cultural redress and schedules 1 to 3. The question is that Part 2 stand part. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 2 set out on AP number 426 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come to Part 3. The question is that Part 3 stand part. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 3 set out on AP number 426 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 3 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come to Part 4. This is debate on clauses 146 to 163, provisions for governance, reorganisation and transitional taxation arrangements. The question is that Part 4 stand part. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 4 set out on AP number 426 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 4 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come to Part 5, the debate on clauses 164 to 168, repeal, amendments and savings. The question is that Part 5 stand part. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 5 set out on AP number 426 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 5 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We come to the schedule. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 1 set out on AP number 426 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We come to Schedule 2. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Come to Schedule 3. The question is that Schedule 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come now to our final debate, clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I'll report this bill with amendments. Thank you.
That was fast.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Ngāti Paoa Claims Settlement Bill and reports it with amendment. Madam Speaker, I move the report to be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Ngāti Paoa Claims Settlement Bill is set down for third reading immediately. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Ngāti Paoa Claims Settlement Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Ngāti Paoa Claims Settlement Bill be now read a third time. E na mana, e na reo rangatira mā, e te iwi o Ngāti Paoa, nā koutou te kaha mei te manawa nui, nō reira, tēnei taku mihi atu, kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā kātou katoa. Madam Speaker, this is the third and final reading of the Ngāti Paoa Claims Settlement Bill, marks the conclusion of the settlement process for the historic Treaty of Waitangi claims of Ngāti Paoa. It delivers redress agreed in the Ngāti Paoa settlement deed of settlement and enshrines in law the Crown's apology for its breaches of the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles. Madam Speaker, the bill was introduced to the House in December 2022, had its first reading in June 2023. The Maori Affairs Committee invited public submissions on the bill and it was reported back to the House for its second reading of April 2024. And as you have all just seen, it went through the committee stage just now, and here we are at the third reading. And I just want to welcome everybody from across Ngāti Paoa who have come for this third reading and special moment. And I want to thank the speakers this morning. We had a wonderful gathering this morning to hear speeches and to sing waiata and to particularly acknowledge those who have been part of the process over the last 4 decades and who are no longer with us, and to acknowledge the pain of their passing and the heightened emotions of this very significant step in the process that we've been going through over a long period of time. And I just want to thank the speeches and for the warm feelings that there were there. Madam Speaker, Ngāti Paoa have been very engaged in this legislative process. There were 350 submissions received by the committee, the majority of which were from Ngāti Paoa members. Iwi representative also attended the first and second readings. In this settlement, the Crown has acknowledged the cumulative effect of its actions and omissions, including raupatu, the operation and impact of the native land courts and continued Crown purchasing. These left Ngāti Paua virtually landless and undermined the economic, social and cultural development of the iwi, breaching the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles. The Crown also acknowledged it breached the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles when it invaded the Waikato, attacking Ngāti Paua and shelled the unfortified village of Pukorukoru in 1863, causing the death of iwi members. In March 2021, at Wharikawa Marae in Kaiaua, the Crown unreservedly apologised for the breaches of the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles, for failing to protect Ngāti Paua from land alienation, the loss of life, devastation caused by hostilities, and the policies that led to the loss of whenua and te reo Māori. And I'm just conscious of some people might be tuning into this debate, wondering which part of the country we're talking about here. And I mentioned Kaiaua on the western shores of the Hauraki Gulf, and Ngāti Paua, beautiful place stretching on the eastern side of Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau. I live in Auckland, in my mountain Ohinirau, or Mount Hobson. You look east across to the beautiful islands of Waiheke and Pōnui and the eastern parts of Auckland, and the western side of the Hauraki Gulf extending across further north is the territory that we're talking about here. Now, no settlement can fully compensate Ngāti Paua for what has been lost. A wide range of redress has been negotiated to provide for the historic and cultural recognition of Ngāti Paua, to support its economic base, to provide for the iwi's future prosperity. The settlement includes $23.5 million in financial redress and the opportunity to purchase 7 commercial properties. There are provisions to strengthen the relationship between Ngāti Paua and the Crown agencies, local government, Health New Zealand, libraries and museums. There's also the return of 12 cultural sites of significance in Tamaki Makaurau, through the islands and coastal areas of Te Kapa Moana, the Hauraki Gulf. Include sites for a marae, Paua Whanake and Papakainga in the Auckland suburb of Point, England. The settlement provides statutory recognition of Ngāti Paua's association with a number of important cultural sites, and includes statements of traditional associations and restoration of traditional place names, placement of pou whenua, and an additional $1 million for a cultural revitalisation fund. Finally, the settlement consolidates the Waiheke Station Farm in the post-settlement governance entity, so that all Ngāti Paua's treaty settlement assets are held and governed by one organisation. This consolidation was strongly supported by iwi members during the ratification process. I want to acknowledge those members of Ngāti Paua who passed on, as I mentioned, and for whom justice through this treaty settlement did not come soon enough. Many people from Ngāti Paua have given their time and energy as volunteers, advocates and leaders to have their grievances acknowledged and to lay the foundation to realise the collective aspirations of the iwi for a better future. And the Crown is grateful for your efforts. I particularly want to acknowledge Ngāti Paua Rangatira, who negotiated the settlement, the late Morehu Wilson, and his co-negotiator Hauauru Eugene Rawiri, who is here today, I understand, in the gallery with Morehu's family, for your significant contribution and sacrifice, and to ensure that this is recorded in the Hansard. I also wanted to thank Here Aroha Skipper and Mihi Rarengi Forbes, Chair and Deputy Chair, respectively, of the post-settlement government entity, and the Ngāti Paua Iwi Trust, who have been responsible for supporting this bill through the legislative process, who, together with the other Ngāti Paua trustees, have been entrusted to take this settlement forward. For the Crown, I do want to acknowledge former ministers, treaty negotiations, Christopher Luxon and Andrew Little, and current and former Chief Crown negotiators Mike Drever, the Honourable Rick Barker, who's here in the House today, and Brian Dickey, KC, who's also up there in the audience. I want to thank my ministerial colleagues and Crown agencies and officials, elected members of Auckland and Hauraki districts, for their work and support in negotiating this settlement. In conclusion, this has been a long journey, and over many decades, and we met with the trustees in Auckland not long ago, and we decided that it was time to complete this, and ideally sooner rather than later, and ideally before Christmas. And I'm so delighted that we've been able to make this happen. And I just want to acknowledge the support and willingness from members on all sides of the House to make this happen in a timely fashion, and I appreciate that. It is one of those rare occasions where members from across the House all unite in a combined endeavour to continue the work that we are carrying out as a nation to address the mistakes and wrongs of the past, and to acknowledge those and to find a new path forward. I want to conclude with a whakatauki signifying the long-standing existence of Ngāti Paua as a prosperous maritime and coastal nation with the ongoing aspirations to reaffirm the prosperity and well-being of our people. Ngāti Paua ki uta, Ngāti Paua ki tai, Ngāti Paua ki tua o te pai o te matariki. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Peeni Henare.
Reo Māori, Mr. Speaker. E oku rangatira, e oku tini whanaunga. Ka tāpai ake a hau I ngā mihi I utaina ki runga I a koutou I te ata nei, I nanahi anō hoki ki runga I te marae o pipitea ki raro I hone. Nō reira e oku rangatira, nā koutou te wairu o rātou mā, I whakairihi ake ki te tāhuhu nui o tō tātou whare e tūnei tēnā koutou haere mai. Haere mai e ngā mate, e ngā wairua, ki roto ki tēnei nohoanga o tātou. Ki te kite atua hau I ngā tūru ki runga rā, ka hoki oku mahara ki tōku tuakana ki a morehu. E te wāi uru atua hau ki roto ki tēnei whare, I hui ngātahi māua ko morehu mātou, ko hau wāuru. I remember Morehu. When I first entered this house in 2014, Morehu was one of the first people to contact me to say, Peeni, I need to speak to you as the member for Tāmaki Makaurau. So him and Hauauru came to my office, and I think for the first 4 meetings, we argued about Ngāpuhi and Tāmaki. We argued about the deeds of my ancestors before the dates that are mentioned in this bill. And once we recognised that after all of that, through marriage and through connections, we are whanaunga, we managed to get on to the important matters that both Morehu and Hauauru on behalf of Ngāti Paua were leading. And it was through that communication and that interaction with them both that I became familiar with this particular settlement and this particular claim. And I want to remember Morehu because he operated with the virtues that were signalled this morning in the pōwhiri, with pono, with tika, and with aroha. And every interaction I had with that man was always held with those particular virtues at the forefront. The one that we were never ever satisfied on, though, was the ultimate virtue of patience. And it's with that in mind, we now come to the third reading of this bill. So I mark my career on the progress of this bill. That's how I remember it. In fact, one of my first speeches in the House was on the first reading of this bill. Ai kua kau mātua. But that speaks to the tenacity, that speaks to the long-held and strong views of Ngāti Paua about advancing forward. And when I think of the journey that Ngāti Paua have come on, I'm reminded of a number of whakatauki or whakatauaki for the Panekire crew amongst us. The whakatauaki of our tupuna. And the first one was from my tupuna Kawiti, who said, if I were to flinch at the first touch of the chisel on my nose, how bad would my moko be? Speaks to the fact that through these challenges, we must continue to maintain and hold our mana and our dignity and never ever lose sight of the fight ahead of us. Whatever that may be, whether that's treaty settlements, whether that's the revitalisation of our language, whether that's the well-being of our families. The other whakatauaki of my tupuna, Kawiti, in his discussion with Hone Heke, who, once they reached the shallow waters of the battle, Hone Heke wanted to turn around. And Kawiti said to him, no, you asked me to come to war, and my war is with the biggest sharks of the ocean, not with the flounder nipping at your feet. And what that says is, regardless of who is leading the fight or the enemy in front of us, we must always strive forward to make sure that we win that battle against that enemy. On the very virtues that I spoke of earlier, of aroha, tika, and pono. And that's where Ngāti Pāua find themselves here today. The Minister and others in this House over a number of years have already covered off, Mr. Speaker, the challenges around the Hauraki settlement, the Hauraki whenua, and the Hauraki advancement of their interests over many years. To then take a regionalised approach continues to recognise the role of hapu, the role of whānau, and the role of iwi that aren't mainly recognised in much of the narrative of our ancestors of the past. So I acknowledge Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu this morning, and now I continue to acknowledge Ngāti Pāua here today. I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, that you can't separate whakapapa, genealogy. You just can't. So in acknowledging them both, I acknowledge the ancestors who are mentioned in this particular bill. And I want to acknowledge the fact that in the returning of the whenua that have been described or have been laid out in this bill for Ngāti Pāua, that the fight will still continue. That the biggest sharks and taniwha of the ocean are yet to be met. And I encourage Ngāti Pāua and many others who continue to walk on this journey to remember that whakatauaki of my tupuna Kawiti. In a very rare misstep this morning, the Minister called me tauhenare. I mean, he poro hewa. Now, while that might be a jovial moment in what is a very serious occasion, I want to remind Ngāti Pāua that actually these fights and these battles are very difficult. Despite my family having 50 years in this house, Ngāpuhi and my people are nowhere near where you are today. When we were raised, and many of you in this gallery will know, when we were raised, our ancestors and our grandparents and our parents said, you will go and do this to benefit your people. You will go and be a teacher. You will go and be a doctor. You will go and be a lawyer, so on and so forth. Well, in my family, the kōrero was, you will go into the House of Parliament and you will settle all the disputes Ngāpuhi have with the Crown. 50 years, and kua kore. So Ngāti Pāua, I acknowledge you and I honour you. I honour you for the journey that you've travelled, and also recognising my tuakana Mōrehu. I've spoken about our early connections, and I acknowledge his family here today. When I saw you in the crowd, brought tears to my eyes. I also want to acknowledge Here Aroha and my tuahine Mihi Ngārangi. In much of the deliberations, Mihi Ngārangi has been my go-to. I've called her on occasions where I thought things could have been different. She's called me on occasions where things have got difficult. And it is true what they say. If you want something done, hoa tuki ngā wahine Māori. If you want it done, give it to Māori women. Pono. And we've seen that here for Ngāti Pāua. We've seen it over many years for Ngāti Pāua, and indeed across Māoridom. So to you both and to the board, in this challenging and difficult time, because I know this road and this journey has not been easy, I acknowledge you and your families for your commitment and for your desire to drive Ngāti Paoa into the future, to embrace the aspirations that you all have. So tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ka tahuri atu ahau ki a koe e tōku tuakana e Thomas Rauiri. Kua noho tāua ki te kōrero mo te āhuatanga ki o tāua tamariki mokopuna. Ngā hia, ngā moe a, ngā maruāpō, ka puritia e o tātou tamariki mokopuna. Ahakoa te iti kei roto i tēnei pire, e hoa, me teitei ake ko ngā maruāpō, ko ngā moe hewa a o tātou tamariki mokopuna. Ko te hia, mā tēnei ka tutuki hia etahi. Engari kei te kapu tonu o te ringa o te Māori, ka tāia ki te taumata e wawatahia nei, i whakataukitia nei e o tāua mātua, e o tāua tūpuna. Tu a mokopuna nā tamariki. This is but one small step in a long journey. I say to each and every one of you, it is within the clasp of your hand where we, Māori, and in this case Ngāti Paoa, will reach the highest pinnacles of the achievements and aspirations that they have. It will not be found here in the House of Parliament, but in the hands of our people. Huri noa, mā te atua koutou e manaaki, kia taipai ai koutou ki runga i o koutou whenua taurikura, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātara.
E te mangai?
Chloe Schwarbrick.
E te mangai, tēnā koe, tēnā koutou, te whare. Ngāti Paoa ki uta, Ngāti Paoa ki tai, Ngāti Paoa ki tua o te pai o Matariki. Ngāti Paoa from the land to the sea and beyond the horizons of Matariki. E te mangai and e te parimata, I want to acknowledge today the immense strength and resilience of the people of Ngāti Paoa to get to this point. It has been a long time coming, and to be perfectly honest with you, it is so much less than you deserve. But this is just one step forward in that enduring and ongoing fight. And to that effect, the words and reflections ring in my ears about how, once again, it is Māori who have kept peace in this country, when its supposed partner has time and again breached its commitments, but more than that, lied consistently, and how it has behaved so consistently dishonourably. So if I can just put very clearly on the record, as both the Member of Parliament for Auckland Central and the co-leader of the Green Party, we very strongly believe that te tiriti o Waitangi and he whakapūtanga are not things to be settled, they are things to be honoured. And that requires that our Crown on an ongoing basis upholds its commitments, and that in apologising, we recognise that it requires us to behave markedly different moving forward. Because e te whānau, governments come and go, but te tiriti is forever. Now, as reflected in this settlement bill, as many other speakers before me have alluded to, we have a summary of the historical account contained within this bill, which we will be passing into an act today, which makes it abundantly clear what the process of colonisation has done to the people of Ngāti Paoa. We see here acknowledged in black and white that the Crown is noting and putting on the public record that not only has it breached te tiriti, not only did it attack the people of Ngāti Paoa, not only did it steal land and resource, it also lied. And through that process of confiscation, alienation, and theft, that we see the compounding impacts today, noted here, and I quote, that by the end of the 20th century, only 27% of Ngāti Paoa spoke te reo Māori. The decline of Ngāti Paoa tribal structures and the loss of te reo Māori contributed to the loss of Ngāti Paoa Maturanga Māori. But, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to dwell on the impacts of the awful behaviour from the Crown in this country. Instead, I would prefer for us to take a moment to acknowledge and to uphold the consistent leadership and grace and patience and mana and fight of Ngāti Paoa. And my major interface with Ngāti Paoa as the MP for Auckland Central has been primarily through my mahi on Waiheke Island. And I just wanted to acknowledge Whaia Huhana, who I saw up there, who I know has also been a champion on islands for a really long time for the revitalisation of Te Reo Māori. But in talking through the process that we've got to get to this day, I think that it would be remiss of any of us to not take a moment not to dwell, but to acknowledge how this very settlement process drives and encourages and fans the flames of conflict, which once again goes to show how utterly cooked it is when this place that has been responsible for breaching these foundational agreements in Te Tiriti o Waitangi then seeks to set the terms of negotiation, which once again I think underscores that what we have represented here today as a result of all of the kaha and the fight to get to this point is just another stepping stone in upholding the mana of Ngāti Paoa, and to note that there is so much further to go. However, even without a settlement in place, I have seen the ability of Ngāti Paoa to respond not only to the needs of the people on the ground, but also abundantly to the needs and the cries of Te Taiao, and particularly a moana, Te Kapa Moana, the Hauraki Gulf. I reflect, and I saw Blair somewhere up there as well, on the day that we had some common dolphins strand on Waiheke, and it was Ngāti Paoa who were among the first on the scene, working with the scientists and making sure that everything was done in accordance with tikanga. So too, we've seen that Ngāti Paoa have led when it comes to conservation around Waiheke Island, particularly in a moana, with the rahui that was placed on 4 of our significant signal species. Again, this is mahi that has been done without that settlement in place, without that resource, which is nowhere near adequate to address what has been taken, not lost, taken. So just to address particularly that which has been taken and the aspirations moving forward. Much like my colleague, I also have on the hotline Aotearoa skipper, and wanted to acknowledge her today. Because so frequently, whenever anything is happening, in particularly our moana space, we want to know immediately what it is that Ngāti Paoa has to say about that, and the positions that we should be taking into and considering in our mahi as parliamentarians. But as Aotearoa was, as she asked me to reflect on in this chamber in this third reading today, Mr. Speaker, it has been clear that Ngāti Paoa have been a people and a force on the whenua and on the moana for hundreds and hundreds of years, and will be for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds more to come. That is Ngāti Paoa, mana whenua, mana moana. It is the role of our government to now get out of the way and support Ngāti Paoa to continue to resource their aspirations. Because, Mr. Speaker, I think as all of us who reflect on the experience and the evidence know, when we support what is good for Māori, we ultimately get the best possible outcomes for Aotearoa, New Zealand. I just also wanted to make the point, as my colleague also did, that I believe, if I'm not recalling incorrectly off the top of my head, that the Post-Settlement Entity Board is in fact entirely filled with wahine Māori. I don't know, that might have some indication of some amazing things that are on the horizon. But Mr. Speaker, just in acknowledging, as I feel that we need to, that this is just one next stepping stone in this journey towards justice. This does not and cannot represent justice, because it is a mere drop in the bucket of what was stolen and the compounding inequities that we see faced today. We must acknowledge the grace, the strength, and the leadership of the people of Ngāti Paoa. The Greens support this legislation, but Mr. Speaker, we will not stop until Te Tiriti o Waitangi is completely honoured.
Speaker.
Laura McClure.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Kia ora. I'd like to extend a mihi from the ACT Party to the iwi, the hapu and the whānau who have joined us in the House today, and the ancestors that you've brought with you as well. As a Member of Parliament, it's a huge honour and a privilege as part of our role to be able to see these settlements go through. So I don't take that lightly. I wear the huge burden that it is on not just you but us as Members of Parliament to do you the honour in passing this bill through today. This bill is giving their legal effect to parts of the deed of the settlement signed between Ngāti Paua and the Crown in 2021. It marks the final settlement of this historic treaty and claims between the iwi and the Crown. The facts are straightforward. Over many decades, the Crown's actions led to Ngāti Paua being virtually landless. That is not acceptable at all. Military operations against iwi settlements and the operation of native land laws undermines your ability to maintain economic and social independence. Those are matters of historical record. Those are matters that we all know and you all know. You live and you breathe. This bill doesn't rewrite the history, but it does acknowledge it. The Crown failed in its obligations. This legislation is about putting that on the record and providing a resolution. The settlement includes financial redress and cultural redress relating to sites of importance to Ngāti Paua across areas including Tamaki Makaurau, the Hauraki Gulf and parts of Waikato. This bill confirms the finality of these claims. That's important not just for the Crown but for you too. You deserve closure and certainty for generations of effort to get to this point. We hope this redress will help roughly your 5,000 members come together, support each other and share stories of your past. And most importantly, I hope that it helps build your vision for your future in passing this bill. I commend it to the House.
Jenny Marcroft.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Ngāti Paua Claim Settlement Bill. E ngā kaumātua me ngā koe o Ngāti Paua, kua tai mai ki tēnei whare o paramata ki te tautoko te kaupapa o te rangi nei. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. E tu ana ahau he uri no te taitokero ki te mihi atu kia koutou. Kanui aku mihi mai oha kia koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ka mihi ahau hoki kia tātou katoa, kua hui mai nei. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Mr Speaker, I begin my contribution by acknowledging and paying tribute to all the generations of Ngāti Paua who have taken this journey together to seek justice for their people. The many members of the iwi who have passed over in the course of this journey that are not here today to bear witness to today's third and final reading, a significant day for Ngāti Paua. To the Ngāti Paua Iwi Trust, the post-settlement governance entity for Ngāti Paua, welcome to the House and all of the members from Ngāti Paua here. It is a privilege and it is my honour to speak to your settlement bill today. To say that the settlement journey has taken some time to reach this stage, where you've now gathered in the House of Representatives, would have to be something of an understatement. But you will bear witness to the conclusion of the legislative part of this process, and I hope that from this point on you can move forward together. As I said, it's taken a very long time, and it has been going on for many, many years. So I'd like to acknowledge the complexity of all of the issues that you've had to deal with, the many issues and the history of this journey. A number of challenges that you've had to come through during the settlement process. These have been articulated well by the Minister and those who've spoken to previous readings as well as those in the House so far today. The boundaries in Tamaki Makaurau and the overlapping interests create, as we know, some difficulties, so it's not a straight line that has to be navigated through the course of any treaty settlement. I'd like to speak to a couple of things here, and first I'll look at the area of interest for Ngāti Paua. Mahurangi, a place very close to my heart, it's where I reside. Tamaki Makaurau, I've obviously been living in Auckland for a number of years, decades in fact. The Hauraki Plains, the Gulf Islands, we all love our beautiful islands, and parts of the Waikato as well. Ngāti Paua is a mana moana people. And what does that really mean? It means that when it comes to the ocean, your concern and care, the kaitiakitanga you have for that is of the utmost degree. And I'd just like to make a couple of examples of that. As in my role as the Parliamentary Undersecretary to the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries, I'm very interested in the state of the Gulf. We know that Kalerpa, the toxic invasive seaweed pest, has been a great concern for Ngāti Paua, and the work that you have done alongside Bremworth to try and smother Kalerpa. Although it may not be the ultimate way to get rid of Kalerpa, but many of you have been involved in processes alongside Nicola MacDonald, who's here in the gallery today, the work that you have been doing as well. We know that there's been some progress in terms of there's some, not as much Kalerpa right at the moment, and we're trying to understand what that is about, what has caused the decrease. Maybe it's sedimentation, but there is a report due shortly as to where the government is at in terms of further work that needs to be done alongside our iwi around the Hauraki Gulf. The other point I'd like to note is around Mahurangi, where I live. We've had an ongoing issue with water care and the contamination of the Mahurangi River, with sewage being spilled multiple times. It's an ongoing issue with the failure of the water care system, which has affected not just the oyster farmers in the region, but also it speaks to the degradation of our waterway flowing out into the harbour. And it is not just culturally insensitive, it is totally objectionable that we've had these sewerage spills. Just last week, 1,200 square cubic metres of sewage was contaminated into the Mahurangi River. And we must continue to fight together, all of the iwi who are connected to the Hauraki Gulf, to ensure that water care does the right thing and the infrastructure is fixed, but also compensation is made to not just the oyster farmers, but to the iwi as well. Waiheke Island is a place that I've been to visit multiple times, and I've had the pleasure to join the Waiheke Marine Project. This has been a wonderful, well, not more than experiment, but it's basically citizen science where the community has got involved, Ngāti Paua is involved as well, and doing the code account and finding out what is the state of the crayfish in the region. Recent surveys by the project have shown that the koda population around Waiheke Island is at historically low levels at the moment, the population described as functionally extinct. And that latest survey this year, an average of 0.7 crayfish per 1,000 metres square in the Waiheke waters. That is a significant drop from last year's figure. It's now in its 5th year, and the results of the survey conducted by the Waiheke Marine Project really speaks to what more could be done, not just by community but government as alongside iwi in terms of restoring the mauri, not just of the waters around Waiheke but the wider Gulf as well. I'd like to also speak to one of your bright shining stars. Now, not everyone has the backbone or the guts for politics, but I'd like to mention Corinne Leone, who stood for mayor in Auckland, a Ngāti Paua sister. Oh, there she is. Lovely to see you, Corinne. Congratulations, well done. You made yourself and your whānau proud. 56,000 votes in the latest mayoral election, and I'm really proud of you, sister. Just like to say 30,000 more than what Chloe Swarbrick got when she stood for mayor. So well done, Corinne. So that was a really great effort. Well done to
Ms.
you.
Marcroft, some mention of the bill would be good at this stage.
Speaking to the bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that. I'd just like to say that it's a pleasure to always speak to a treaty settlement bill, but actually acknowledging the people, the whānau, and the individuals who are part of a tribe in iwi is an important part of when we speak to treaty settlement bills, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to just continue to say, and I think it was Penny Hanari who just spoke earlier about grasping hold of your future. One thing I'd like to add to that is I think it's really important when we have a treaty settlement bill like this one we're speaking to today, we do more than grasp hold of our future. We actually take this as a way of reimagining our future. We need to change the neural pathways in our brains. We need to have a new mindset. What does a future look like? And build that mindset and be able to have our children do that at the same time so that we end up creating that future together. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to finish my contribution now, acknowledging Ngāti Paua. Today it's a conclusion of many years, 14 years of negotiations, 3 ministers, 3 governments. We've got it done. Congratulations, Ngāti Paua. I commend the bill to the House.
Ka hua au I te whaitiri kararapara runga ngā pai o hikurangi. Tēnā koe te pika. Ka ore ia nei ko te unuhanga o te tani whai tōna rua o kaiwhare. Ka ngā ue tā maki, ka ngā ue hauraki. Ka rū te whenua. Ka ngā oko te marama. Ka rā Ngāti Paua ki te pai o te rangi. Paua tangata, paua uri, koutou hoki e ngā kuru tonga rerewa o tukutuku. Koutou ngā kuia rangatira o Ngāti Paua. Puta noa I te rere o hauraki o tīkapa moana kai aku whakatamarahi ki te rangi. A mohia mai o koutou tīpuna kia mahanai tō tātou whare. A tēnā e ngā whaia hiki nā o koutou kauai. E ngā tāne e tūtaka rerewa ki te kaupapa nui whakaharahara o te rā, nā koutou rā hoki I kōkiri, nā koutou I kawe, engari kei pōhehe no koutou te he, e he. E hara I a koe, Ngāti Paua, e hara I a koe te tangata whenua te he. E tau mai ki tēnei whare, te whare o te karauna. Nāna nei koe I tō mai ki konei, ki ngā whenua haumako o te Aotearoa ki Taranaki whānui, o Ngāti Toa Rangatira, o Raukawa me ngā huhua iwi o te whanganui atara. Māku, mā te māngai o tāmaki makaurau, e kōrero I te poto o te wā kua homai. Māku koutou e kōrero I tēnei wā. Anei anō te tangi, te aroha, I te whakaro nui a te māngai mo hauraki waikato, arā tō tātou wahine toa, tō koutou te māhine, a hana Rafiti mai pi Clark, mo koutou katoa kua tatu mai ki pāremata I tēnei rā, tēnei te mai o hātu a hana kia koutou, nau mai, rarau. Ngāti Paua tainui waka, nau mai, rarau. You honour me, Ngāti Paua. It was an honour to welcome you early this morning alongside my whanaunga Alicia and her tāne, Kura Moeahu, and to hongi and hariru you alongside Crown representatives and distinguished guests. It is an absolute honour to speak on behalf of Te Pāti Māori and as the MP for Tāmaki Makaurau, ko koe ko au, ko tāua. As the House considers the third reading of the Ngāti Paua Claims Settlement Bill, it really is hard for me to stand here without acknowledging those who started this journey for Ngāti Paua. Their faces may not be here in this room today, but their spirit is without doubt here, bearing witness to this historic moment. The challenge for many of us tangata whenua and tangata tiriti is that with every treaty settlement read in this whare, we find ourselves standing between sorrow and hope, between what was taken and what is being restored. There is a name that needs mentioning. Mōrehu Wilson. Te ringa maui I raka ai te kaupapa ki te ringa katau. Ko ai te ringa katau, ko tau ki te whare, ko koe, hau a uru rāwiri. Te mōrehu a mōrehu, kua huri ki tua o te ārai a kurangatira, tēnā kōrua. Haria mai te wairua tapu o hariata ki tēnei whare. Kia tangihia ia, kia tangihia koutou. The weight of the loss of the instrumental people who carried the weight of the atrocities committed by the Crown against Ngāti Pāoa is felt, and I acknowledge this with great respect and aroha. I wish to respond to some of the wise words spoken by Here Aroha Skipper, te manutaki I te pōkaitara o Ngāti Pāoa aroha mai, this morning at the whakatau. Here aroha, hau auru, mihi ngārangi. Te Pāti Māori recognises that with the third and final reading of your historic treaty claims, we are not just consenting to legislation, but we are affirming the dignity of a people, the legitimacy of your claims, and the strength of a partnership. Ko te tino rangatiratanga kia koutou, ko te kāwanatanga kia mātou. Te hunga nā koutou tonu I whakatū hei māngai mō koutou, a tai atu ki ngā hapori puta noai te rohe o Ngāti Pāoa, atu I mahurangi ki ngā kuri a whare. We also acknowledge the tremendous skill and perseverance it takes to navigate the Crown's treaty settlement process, a process shaped by the Crown's own policies, their own limitations, and its ongoing struggle to reconcile words with action.
The member's time has come to an end.
Mea nui, kia tūtoa tonu koutou Ngāti Pāoa, a nei a te Pāti Māori, me orini kaiparai, mihi atu nei. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou.
Tiana tui ono.
Tēnā koe te pika. Nō koe no te whiwhi te tū ki te kōrero mo tēnei o ngā pire. What a momentous occasion it is to rise to speak with the Greens on this bill and to acknowledge that the Ngāti Pāoa have got two ngāpuis that are standing up here to mihi to them. Three ngāpuis that have stood up to mihi to them. So I don't know if it's your lucky day, but that's how it is. Hoi anō, me mihi au ka tika kia koutou katoa Ngāti Pāoa ki uta, Ngāti Pāoa ki tai, Ngāti Pāoa ki tua o te pai o Matariki. Ko koutou anō I tērā I whakatere ana te moana puke, nā naru o tēnei me te whakatau kremi. Iau e pānui hana nā hituru o tēnei pere I kite au, I rongo ai te mamai, I rongo ai te hituri nā koutou anō I rongo, I roti nā ahuatanga o te pakanga whenua, me te nui o nā whenua I riro ki nā renga o te krauna. Tēnei tukanga I hara te mama, tēnei tukanga I hara I te mama mo te Māori. He tukanga wehe, he tukanga wehe whānau, wehe iwi, wehe hapu. Tērā te ahua o tēnei tukanga o te paremata. Hoi anō, nā tō koutou taenga mai ki Wainganui a mātou, I ki te mātou tō koutou rangatiratanga. I ki te mātou te ara anamata. Te ara anamata mā koutou tamariki mokopuna, e kaha nei te whai tēnei me te tino rangatiratanga me te mana motuhake nō reira. Tēnei ngā kākariki e tautoko ana tō Chloe kōrero ia kau te whakapau wera kia tai ki tēnei o nā wāhi nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Nui nā kōrero e hora te whare nei mo tēnei o nā pire. Iau e whakaro ana ko etahi wāhi o te iwi noho ana ki Waiheke, etahi ki Kohi Marama, ko etahi ki whenua ki atu. Hoi, ka tētahi moimoe ai I kite au, hehea tēnei iwi te whakatū marae ki rungi o rātou nei whenua. Whakaaro Māori tērā. E whakaaro rangatira tērā. He whakaaro e nākau nui ana o tātou nei tamariki mokopuna. I rongo au I te nākau nui mo te taio, he painga tērā nā mātou o te kākāriki, te hunga kākāriki, kia kite mena ka tai koe ki Waiheke, kia tai ki nā pari o tikapa moana o Hauraki. E reira no Ngāti Pāoa e tiaki ana nā uri o Tangaroa. Hei painga mo te katoa. I tika ana hoki kia mihi atu ki nā wahine, mihi ngārangi koe tērā. te tuahine, me rātu, Karen, kei konei koe. Moi o pai mātou o te nā kākariki, o te wahine anō mena kei te hautu, te wahine ka tai te waka ki tōna tauranga, pene anō ko mātou o nā kākariki, nō reire mihi ana kia koutou e whai wahi ana mo tērā o nā āhuatanga. Koenei tūkanga whakatau kreme e hara i te mutunga. He ara me kaha tātou te hikoi, he timatanga noiho. He timatanga ki runga i nā āhuatanga e kaha o tātanei tūpuna te moimoia. Ko tēnei me te tiriti waitangi e hari te kiri mana no. I te me ka rongo koe he tahi o nā kaitōranga pui mea te ko tēnei me te tiriti waitangi he property rights noho e kao. Ko tēnei me te tiriti waitangi tōna tuakana he whakaputanga. He me oranga mutunga kore, he me e kaha nā kawanatanga katoa, nā paremata katoa kia whakanāka hia ki rotu i o rātai nei kaupapa here. No kauta anō e hara mai ki te whakatirana hia i tērā āhuatanga kia mātou, i rongo katoa mātou, te roa o tō hikoi. Nō reira, nā mātou o nā kākariki, e mihi ana ki o koutou nei maia, e mihi ana ki o koutou nei kaha, e mihi ana ki o koutou nei manawa roa. Kua tai te wā, kia tai te wā, mo te timatatanga o tō koutou nei haerenga. Nō reira, tēnei ka mihi atu. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Speaker.
Tim van der Molen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and take a call here in the final reading of the Ngāti Pawa Claims Settlement Bill. The final reading recognising the completion of the legislative stage of this process. Of course, that is only a very small portion of what it has taken to get to this place now, Mr. Speaker, and I want to acknowledge those members of Ngāti Pawa who are present in the gallery today, and particularly acknowledge those that have been more intimately involved in the negotiations and the work getting this claims settlement bill to the point that we are at today. And indeed, that has been over a very extended period of time, Mr. Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the good faith on both sides from negotiators as they worked through the process, acknowledging some particularly challenging situations in the past, trying to find a position where agreement can be reached to ultimately set a strong platform to enable Ngāti Pawa to move forward with renewed hope and optimism. And Mr. Speaker, I think that has been achieved, and those negotiators should indeed be proud of what they have been able to deliver, noting the opportunity that it presents, and of course recognising the difficulties that have gone before. And so, Mr. Speaker, we see the bill focusing on a Crown apology, an agreed historic account, cultural redress with the return of 12 culturally significant sites, $23.5 million, and of course other support through collective deeds as well. But, Mr. Speaker, that obviously only recognises a small measure of what the ultimate view would have been around the impact over a long period of time. And such is the challenge with these treaty settlement bills, Mr. Speaker. But on this side of the House, this government is very pleased to continue a strong track record of delivering treaty settlements in this House, indeed starting the process 30 years ago with the Tainui settlement and the mighty Waikato, and of course now coming right through to today. We saw earlier today as well Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu commencing their legislative stage with the first reading of their claims settlement bill too, Mr. Speaker, and so it is encouraging to see that progress continuing. And as the MP for Waikato, Ngāti Pawa having some interest down into our region as well, with Aotearoa and indeed in some areas overlapping with Tumutumu. Understandably, it's a beautiful part of the country. Everyone wants to be there, Mr. Speaker. And so it's pleasing to see when I think, when we reflect on what's happening in that area, it is a wonderful region. We have strong industry in terms of our food and fibre sectors, fisheries, dairy farming, red meat sector, horticulture in that area, but tourism, manufacturing as well, and some beautiful environmental aspects with incredible conservation, the mountains, the ranges, the ocean, the rivers, Mr. Speaker, just, I think, highlighting some of the intrinsic beauty that most people would see around New Zealand, but that I'm particularly proud of in the Waikato region anyway, Mr. Speaker. So look, very pleased to be able to take a call on this bill as we wind down towards the end of the process, being able to draw a line under what has been a long process, but a well-supported process getting to, I think, on balance, a good outcome. So I'm pleased to commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Speaker, tūtahi mihi ana kia koutou Ngāti Pawa. Tai mai nei I tēnei wā, I whakarangatira ia mātou I tēnei wā. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Ngā mihi kia koe koro, e rau e tō kōrero I tēnei ata. E tika ana ki ta whakapare hako ia mātou. Rau e tō kōrero. E mōhio mātou tō riri, ne, hōha ki tēnei ki ngā kāwanatanga I tēnei wā me ngā kāwanatanga I ngā wā o mua. Engari, ahakoa he nui ta kōrero ahakoa I tau koe mō ngā pīnati me ngā konga I te mutunga o te rā ka pai ake ngā konga I te kore, ne? I te kore, engari mihi ana kia koe e te rangatira. Koutou katoa te tima mana wahine, ngā mihi kia koutou. Ngā mihi kia koutou I whakarangatira mātou I tēnei wā, tēnā koutou, tēnā no tātou katoa. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said, and I was listening to some of the kōrero about the wahine there, and I think, one of the things with Ngāti Pawa is no doubt there was a mana wahine takeover, and I want to acknowledge you all, all the names weren't read out, so, it was a little bit like the Labour Party, actually, when I see what happened with Ngāti Pawa. I'll come back to the negotiators shortly, but all the women's names weren't read out, so I want to read them all out. I want to mihi to you all, to Here Aroha Skipper, to Lucy Tukua, to Tania Tarawa, to Tui Tāwera, to Michelle Watson, and to the infamous Mihi Ngārangi Forbes. Well done to all of you. Homai te paki for our mana wahine team. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, it's fabulous, this mana wahine team, and Penny and I were talking about mihi, Mr. Speaker, done some wonderful mahi for Ngāti Pawa, but I really do think, mihi, your greatest feat here in Parliament was chasing David Seymour down the down the corridor, which the only shame I felt was that you didn't trip him up, but I thought it was a terrific job that you did that day, mihi, and I do thank you, my old friend from many, many years ago, for your mahi, for te ao Māori, for your people, and just having a bit of fun there with David Seymour. But that's what it's like, I think, for all of our people here who've come here today, Mr. Speaker. They are balancing everything. They're balancing everything, and so I mihi to the mana wahine team and to the negotiators, to Hau and to Koro and to others, obviously Mōrehu from the past, and we heard the frustration this morning, Mr. Speaker, at our mihi this morning. It was a beautiful kōrero. We had about 200-300 of the iwi turn up, and I'll be a bit careful here, Mr. Speaker, because last time I was talking like this, you kicked me out of the out of the house. Well, we won't go there, but it was the last tribal bill I think I talked on, so I've been away for a little while. I thought I'd stay away from some of these iwi kōrero, but this is such an important kaupapa, and I look at how our people, and I listened to Koro this morning, Mr. Speaker, the frustration of our people, Mr. Speaker, in his mihi this morning. Penny and I were sitting there, and Ho had just done a beautiful kōrero to the minister. We thought a little bit over the top, Ho, but kei te pai. Kei te pai, Koro certainly balanced that out. And Goldie was feeling on top of the world there for a while. But you certainly changed things. And Koro talked about the frustration that our people feel. in terms of going through the process, Mr. Speaker, and talked about, hey, this was never our fault. We're made to feel like it was, we had something to do with it, and Chloe Swarbrick talked about it too, and I want to acknowledge what she was saying. There's such a sacrifice from our people. We subsidise this country in terms of the treaty settlements. You're talking about iwi taking 2 or 3% of what the settlement was worth. And that's what Koro was talking about this morning, and it's either peanuts or nothing. So we take the peanuts, Mr. Speaker, and our iwi have taken the peanuts there. But that does not mean they're not grateful for the mahi done by the Minister Goldsmith, by Minister Finlayson, by Minister Little. They're not ungrateful to that. And that's what we heard this morning, the gratefulness and then the anguish and the frustration that you have to go through a system that only recognises 2 or 3% of the actual loss. I'm not sure if some of you know, Koro will know that when Tainui and Ngaitahu settled for 170 million, the economic estimate of the settlement was $16 to $18 billion. That's what we are subsidising this country with. And so that's this type of kōrero we get from the Chloes, from Maria Meno and Orini, and these people. Our people know about, what we commit. So we're part of it. We commit to the process, but never let it be forgotten what we have sacrificed. So I mihi to you all today in terms of coming here and doing the business. And as the Minister said, quite rightly, we do try and strangle each other in the house, but outside the house, and give it to each other. Outside the house, we are cordial. We will whakakotahi for the kaupapa, because the kaupapa is what we want in the end. We want a settlement. We want our people to be given an opportunity. But we need the House and Crown to remember the sacrifice. The sacrifice. And again, as I said, Mr. Speaker, I'll be a bit careful because we do accept, particularly Minister Goldsmith and Minister Portaka, who've come. When we come together for these hui, we do come together. You never see us warring on a pai or anything. But I have an obligation to remind the House that we come together like this and under the shadow of a government that continues to attack Māori rights. And Mr. Speaker, I know it's a sensitive area here, but it's hard when yesterday my colleague Willow Jean Prime is talking about the treaty clauses being removed in terms of kura. We're talking about the treaty being expelled from legislation. That has to be said today, that this is what we're balancing, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm speaking to the bill. This is part of the bill. You cannot continue to carry on like this without speaking about the constant attack in terms of tikanga Māori. So I'll say that and leave it there, Mr. Speaker, and leave it there. And I want to wrap up by doing a mihi too, Karen Leone too, because I thought that was Jenny Markroft, but uncalled for there. Karen Leone actually got 76,000 votes, 77,000 votes, and she was 77,000 votes, and she was the co-chair for Mr. Penny Herare's Tamaki Makaurau electorate. So thank you, Karen, for your commitment to the kaupapa. And to you, Miss Chloe Swarbrick, I think you were like 16, weren't you, when you stood for the Auckland mayoralty? So 30,000 votes wasn't bad, I think. Wasn't too bad at all, Chloe. So well done to you. No need to talk about those sort of numbers, because I always think anyone who puts themselves up for these positions we should acknowledge. So well done to you, Chloe, for what you did all those years ago. So today, Mr. Speaker, in terms of our iwi who come here today, it is a great day. It is a great day. For all its warts and whatnot, it's still a great day that we as parties can come together It's great that the minister can front up and listen to the criticism and whatnot, and we still kōkiri the kaupapa, eh? We still move forward and say, right, we acknowledge, and now we've got this pūtea, now we've got the settlement, now what can we do? And I think you've got the example with Tainui, you've got the example with Ngai Tahu, we've got the example with Ngāti Whātua. So I think that's all in place, and maybe 3 million won't go a long way, but what you've set, your example in terms of fight, in terms of principle, in terms of values, will be held in good stead for all the rangatahi who are coming through. So I mihi to you all, and to Hau, to Koro, to all our negotiators who've come through, Mōrehu, to our mana wahine team, to Rick Parker, Mike Drivers, or for your work in terms of bringing all us Māori together. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou, tēnā koutou, a tēnā no tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Dan Bidwell.
E te mana whakawā. Tihei Māori ora. E nā mana, e nā reo, e nā iwi, tēnā koutou katoa. Te whare e tu nei, tēnā koe. Te papa e takoto nei, tēnā koe. Nā mate, haere, haere, haere. No mai, haere mai, no mai, hoki mai, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the significance of today. And it's been well traversed in this House. It is a special day, and one that has come after many decades of mahi, and after nearly 200 years since the Treaty of Waitangi was signed, and since the atrocities and breaches of the treaty that we now acknowledge today. I'd also like to acknowledge the beautiful rohe of the Hauraki Gulf and the Ngāti Paua area. Mr. Speaker, like many in this House, I am a product of the Hauraki Gulf. I was born and raised in East Auckland. I have many fond memories in the Hauraki Plains and down in Thames during the Christmas time, and I now live on the North Shore, which is a wonderful place where my family and I live. And it is a wonderful area and a place that I think, as we know, provides sustenance and life to many New Zealanders. And it is, I think, the jewel of the North Island, the Hauraki Gulf, and a special place for this iwi, but also a special place for all of New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, this bill, as we've heard, acknowledges the deed that was signed to settle the claim with Ngāti Paua. And this bill gives effect to that deed in its entirety. And I wish to just account for what is in that deed. It is an historic account, which is important, and I'd encourage any New Zealander tuning in today to read that historic account. It is important that we do not forget. The second is the Crown apology for the breaches that were made under the Treaty of Waitangi in terms of the land Crown purchases, the confiscation of land, and the native land wars that happened. Next is the redress of $23.5 million, the vesting of 12 cultural significant sites dotted throughout the Hauraki area, and some significant name changes as well. I do, again, as a former member of the Māori Affairs Select Committee, this bill went through the Select Committee process, and I'd like to acknowledge all my colleagues from across the House. As you can see today, there is a lot that we actually agree on in Parliament, and my colleague Willie Jackson, there's a lot of his speech I don't agree on, but I do agree that in times like today, we actually come together and support such important legislations in the House. So, Mr. Speaker, this has been an important process, one that we did make from the Select Committee some changes to this piece of legislation, but I do want to acknowledge the officials who have worked diligently in this matter, and and those of the ministers, as has been mentioned by Jenny Marcroft, my colleague here. This piece of legislation has been through many ministers and many governments, so I'd like to acknowledge that. Most importantly, I'd like to focus on the future, which is really in the hands of Ngāti Paoa, and it has been acknowledged the trust entity, which is full of wahine toa, and I'd like to acknowledge, as Willie did, all those members on that trust board, the chair, Here Aroha Skipper, and the great Mehina Rangi Forbes, and all trustee members. It is in your hands to take this, what is a small amount, and we all acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that no amount of redress can make up for the loss and the damage that have been suffered under iwi. And it has, 30 years ago, we signed the first iwi settlement with Tainui, and it wasn't easy. If you speak to Sir Doug Graham or you read accounts of that, it was a very hard process to get through. And yes, it was a small amount, an insignificant amount relative to the amount of damage that was done. But as you can see, it may have been peanuts, but other iwi across this country have turned that peanuts into plantations, and it is our hope collectively in Parliament that that happens to Ngāti Paoa, that you take what is a small amount and do what you can with it to benefit the future of your members and iwi in your rohe. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a good day for this House. It is a good day for Ngāti Paoa. I'd like to again acknowledge all of those who have contributed to this process. Morehu Wilson for his contributions in getting us to this stage. And again acknowledge that on this side of the House, National does have a very proud track record of treaty settlements, and they will continue. And the Minister, Paul Goldsmith, has got ambitious plans to get us to the stage where we actually get a lot more iwi settlements across the line. So it is on that basis, Mr. Speaker, that I commend this bill to the House. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
5-minute call, Shannon Halbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rapua te huarahi whānui hei ara whakapiri I ngā iwi I runga I te whakaaro kotahi. Tiheiwa Māori ora. E ngā mate e papa mōrehu moi mai rā. E te pāpā hauauru me ngā whitiki o te ki, ngā kaumātua Ngāti Paoa. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou I tēnei rā, tēnā koutou katoa. Me mihi kauanu kia koutou a ngā whānau, ngā hoa, ngā kaimahi e tipu e rea, te kora o te onewa, te wānanga aronui o Tāmaki Makaurau, tēnei te mihi kia koutou, tēnā tātou Ngāti Paoa. Today is a good day. We come together. In Kotahitanga, we come from Tāmaki Makaurau. For those of you from Te Raki Pai Whenua, e mihi kawana kia koutou. Can I acknowledge you all, Ngāti Paoa, and the mahi that you've done to arrive to this settlement today. Some may talk about the patience that you have, the resilience. But we know together as Māori, our resilience, our fight for our future, for ngā rangatira mo apopo, that together we will make a better tomorrow for them. And that is what this is about. And it is no doubt difficult and one of the most tumultuous governments that we have seen as Māori. Some have talked about attacks. But those of you who know me will know that prior to politics, my time was spent in education, and this has been one of the most difficult weeks as this government, a national government, has removed Te Tiriti o Waitangi from our governing bodies in ngā kura o Aotearoa. What that means for us is that there's no longer a requirement for them to reflect Te Tiriti and their practices, and most of all to protect our tamariki, to grow and to learn in those environments as tangata whenua, as Māori. And that makes me sad. And while we celebrate together today, and this is absolutely a celebration, it's one step forward and two backwards. But most of all, e whānau mā. While I say it's one step forward and two backwards, we're still going forward. Nobody can stop us. And most of all, that we will go forward together. If you also know that I am a descendant of Tamatea Pōkai Whenua, our whānau here from Kahungunu, and tomorrow our whānau for Mokai Pātea, Ngāti Whiti Kaupeka, will come here to sign our agreement in principle. And so I understand a little bit the long road that Ngāti Pāwa has been on, and we're only part way through. Today I acknowledge you Ngāti Pāwa, and I also acknowledge the Crown, because the whakatauki that I opened with talked about partnership, the aspiration of two peoples coming together in this country. And this redress is acknowledgement of that. The hurt, the loss, the impact of colonisation on your whānau at the hands of the Crown. And this is merely a small recognition of that, but it's also an apology. It's an acknowledgement of the he, of the wrongdoing that was done by this place and by the government and parliament of the day to take away what was rightfully yours. I acknowledge, I see Whaia Z there, Janine, and for those of us who come from Te Raki Pai Whenua and Northcote, we often miss seeing our Māori identity around. And I want to acknowledge the stories, the whakapapa that we are seeing in the Northcote housing development at AUT. They are your stories, they are your tipuna, and I mihi to you all today. Nō reira, e mihi ko ana, kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, mauri ora, kia tātou katoa.
He te manga o te whare.
Greg Fleming.
Ngāti Pāwa. Nōku te maringa nui, nōku te whiwhi, nōku te honorei nui. Te tū i roto tēnei whare, tō whare. Mihi ana ki a koutou. Aha ko te mamai o nā tau. Aha ko te hoha o tēnei whare ki a koutou. Kua kōkiri koutou. Nā reira, tēnei he rā e whakanui te anamata. Tēnei he rā o te tūmanako, tēnei te rā o te moimoia, nā reira ka huri tō mātou mahara ki tō rātou tūpuna. Kua moimoia rātou o tēnei rā, a aia nei, i tēnei rā, ka titiro rātou, tēnei tūkanga, tēnei rā, tēnei wā. Tēnā koutou ki a rātou, tēnā koutou ki a koutou, anō nōku te maringa nui. I te timatanga o tēnei kōrero, i mea a Willie Jackson, te kupu, tēnei te kotahitanga. En tika tērā, nā te mea koira te āhua o tēnei kaupapa. He kaupapa tēnei rereke ki te nui nā o te mahi e mahia ki tēnei whare. Ko te nuina o ngā mema ki konei I tēnei rā, e whakāhua reka ai rātou ki tēnei momo kaupapa. Tēnā koe ki tōku hoa pēnei henarei. Mate, when you mentioned that the minister had misspoken and called you tauhenarei, ka huri oku whakaro ki tōku whiako, ia wā ka kōrero koe ki tēnei whare. Ka puaki tō māngai, ka tau te wairua. He tino rereke te wairua ki tēnei whare, ia wā ka kōrero koe I te reo takitaki, I te reo o tēnei whenua, o te reo o tēnei rangi, ka tēnā koe e hoa. En tōku moimoia o te rā, e whakatau koe nā moimoia o tō iwi. And maybe that day, if it is my honour to be there, I will call out and say, ko koe tauhenarei. I nā rā. Nā te mea koi rā te kaupapa, koi rā tēnei kaupapa. E hara I te hangai o te mana o Ngāti Pāua, e kao. E hara I te hangai o te tino rangatira o Ngāti Pāua, e kao. Mai rā no te tino rangatira o Ngāti Pāua. And tēnei rā, tēnei tūkanga, e whakamana anō tēnei mana. Tēnei tūkanga, e whakahau anō te honona I wainganui kia koutou me te kawanatanga. Koira te whainga o tēnei tūkanga. Nō reira, tōku moimoia mō koutou katoa, ka tipu koutou, me te whakatupuranga e hari mai nei, nō te tuapapa o tēnei whakatau. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe te mangai o te whare.
The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā karangatanga maha o Ngāti Pāua, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ka pūpuhi te hau e ahu mai a kohu nui. Koru pūpū te ngākau aroha e te mahara e a rātou mā kua ngaro. E rere haere te hau kōmingo, tākoto ai te marino. Horahia e waho rā, ka pōwai ako kamo mō tēnei whenua o hauraki, ko Pāua taringi rahe. Pāua e tuki te whatu manawa. Tēnā koutou. Today marks a significant milestone, not just for this House, but for the people who are here today. It is a moment of intense significance, which is both hopeful and solemn. Solemn because we reflect upon the generations of loss, hardship and injustice that have been suffered by Ngāti Pāua at the hands of the Crown. But also hopeful because today we move one step closer to Ngāti Pāua determining your own future. The settlement represents the Crown's formal acknowledgement of those wrongs committed against Ngāti Pāua and the Crown's apology for breaching Te Tiriti o Waitangi. As we've already heard from my friend and colleague Willie Jackson today, that no settlement can even get near to fully compensating the depth of loss that Ngāti Pāua has endured, for the lands taken, for the economic opportunities that have been lost and denied, the cultural harm, and for generations forced to live with the consequences of those actions. But what this settlement can do, what I believe what it must do, is lay the foundation for a renewed relationship, one that is built on partnership, one that is built on respect, and also, hopefully, one built on trust. This bill is not just about the return of whenua and the provision of redress, it is about recognising the right of Ngāti Paoa to stand strong on your own lands, in your own language, with your own identity affirmed. The journey to this date has been a long one. Those negotiators who have worked tirelessly over the years. It was back in 2013 that the Ngāti Paoa Iwi Trust was confirmed as your post-governance entity. And it was in 2021, in March, that the Crown signed the deed of settlement with Ngāti Paoa, a step that came after years of negotiation, reflection and perseverance. What this bill does is it sets out in clear terms how the Crown failed to uphold the principles and the promises made in Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Those breaches include the confiscation of land, raupatu, the unjust operation of the native land court system, the Crown purchasing that left Ngāti Paoa virtually landless, and the policies that have eroded economic, cultural and social well-being over the years. The Crown's apology recognises the pain caused by the rapid alienation of land after 1840, the devastating impacts of conflict, as well as the laws that stripped away the availability to access te reo Māori. While no apology can erase that history, the formal acknowledgement of wrongdoing is such an important start. It is the foundation of reconciliation for a shared future that is based on integrity and mutual respect. The settlement includes redress of 23.5 million, the transfer of culturally significant sites and the ability for redress payment to support revitalisation in those areas. But just as important as what the settlement provides, it's also important to tell the stories that have come with this journey. In the select committee process, one of the submissions stood out so clearly for its heartfelt view of what this represented, and I chose that one today to refer to. It is that of Te Ahi Paurewa Gana Forbes. She spoke of watching her mother, her aunties and her uncles gather at countless hui over the years, dedicating themselves to this long and unforgiving process. She spoke of the anguish and the voices of the negotiators like Hauaru Uru Rawari and the late Morihu Wilson, who carried that heavy responsibility upon their shoulders. She stated, unlike my grandfather or my mother, I have been raised in both te reo Māori and te reo Ingarangi. I recognise the whakamā and the mamae held by those who suffered cruel Crown legislation that silenced them. Her statement that we are whenua kore in our special places and this settlement will go some way to changing that captures the very heart of why this bill matters today. The story that she told is one of resilience, manawa nui, endurance in the face of extraordinary loss. In the 19th century, the Crown confiscations and purchases stripped away nearly all land. They drained the Hauraki wetlands and the diversion of the Waiho and the Piako rivers transformed not only the physical landscape, but also the very life for generations. Yet despite that devastation, Ngāti Paoa have persevered. That resilience is embodied in the leadership of today's iwi representation and the collective will of the Ngāti Paoa people. An important part of the settlement spirit is partnership, and that is woven all the way through the provisions. Mahi tahi. We can already see the fruits of this partnership with the relationship between Ngāti Paoa and Auckland University of Technology, AUT. It's AUT's engagement with Ngāti Paoa that stands as such a strong example of what it really means to move beyond apology into meaningful collaboration. Together, they've worked to embed Ngāti Paoa narratives within the AUT North Campus, land on which Ngāti Paoa are mana whenua. The university's commitment to shared values, pono, tika, aroha, is exactly what partnership is under the Treaty o Waitangi. It is a reminder that outcomes of these settlements must reach beyond the legal instruments and into the very fabric of our institutions and our communities. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the many people who have carried this kaupapa across decades: negotiators, kaumātua, lawyers, historians, Crown officials, and even ministers past and present. Acknowledging you, Rick Barker, here today. This journey has not been easy. There have been delays, disagreements, and deep frustrations along the way. But the fact that we are here reading this is testament to the perseverance and also the faith in the process of reconciliation. I would like to acknowledge the work of the committee, which engaged all the way with submitters and helped to ensure the bill was brought back to this House. I'd like to conclude, Madam Speaker, by looking ahead. While we celebrate this moment, we must also remember the settlement does not mean an end to the Crown's responsibilities. It marks instead the beginning of a new relationship, one that requires ongoing commitment to that partnership. Settlements provide a base, a platform for iwi to rebuild and thrive, and they do not erase inequality or restore every loss. For true reconciliation, we must continue to ensure Māori voices are heard in decision making, that iwi have equitable access to opportunities, and there is te reo Māori and tikanga are respected and normalised right across all spheres of life, including our schools. E kore te mana o te treaty e mimiti. The mana of the treaty will not fade. Our collective challenge as parliamentarians in this House is to uphold that mana through action. As Te Ahi Pourewa reminded us, this settlement is for her generation and those yet to come. It is about creating a future where Ngāti Pawa can stand tall, knowing their identity is valued and that their history is acknowledged. He mihi mahana ki a koutou katoa, nō reira tēnā koutou, hui hui mai tātou katoa.
Rima Naklo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm privileged to be the final speaker as we close this chapter of this very long and arduous journey in the Ngāti Pawa Claim Settlement Bill. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge everyone that's travelled here today, also from my beautiful electorate of Takanini, which includes areas from Manarewa East all the way up to Flatbush and Ormiston. So welcome, haramai. And I'd like to say I'm very sorry that many of us from the Māori Affairs Select Committee were not able to join you this morning. Our hearts were with you, but the mahi that we had here in the House didn't allow us to be with you. So my apologies in that regard. I'm very privileged, as I said in the previous speech, to be the Deputy Chair of the Māori Affairs Select Committee, and indeed privileged because I actually wasn't born here in New Zealand. I look at everything with a very open eyes and open heart, and I've learnt a lot from the number of treaty settlements that we have engaged with since I was blessed to be voted in to this House, and I know that I continue to learn. I'd like to just reiterate some of the key timeline, because this settlement bill, when it comes to the key timeline of bringing it into the House, it began with the previous government. So I'd just like to acknowledge the Honourable Andrew Little and his mahi in that regard. The deed of settlement was signed in 2021, 20th of March, and the bill was introduced into the House on the 15th of December 2022. And it came to it went to the Māori Affairs Select Committee of that previous administration in June of 2023, and there were a total of 351 submissions. Now, I do want to say it was transferred to us, the new Māori Affairs Select Committee, since in the 54th Parliament, so to speak. But with respect to the submissions and ongoing correspondence, and this was touched upon by various colleagues across the House, there was the issue of Waiheke Farm. And I think it would be kind of remiss of me to not mention it, because it was and still is a very important and ongoing issue. So I'd like to reference it in the House. And essentially this is referring to the bill transferring the Waiheke Farm land from Ngāti Pawa Trust Board to the Ngāti Pawa Iwi Trust post-settlement governance entity. And I want to say to the people that had different views, the Māori Affairs Select Committee spoke a lot and in deep detail and considered this issue quite profoundly. And we found that both trusts exist for the same purpose, Madam Speaker, the benefit of those who whakapapa to Ngāti Pawa. And here I'd like to say that something I've learnt in my last 12 and a half years in New Zealand, or 13, I think, and a half years, is that with Māori, you find a way. Because your suffering is shared suffering. Sometimes I don't agree that blood runs thicker than water, but with Māori, I agree that it does. And I have the faith that the disagreements will find a way to dissipate, and it will be water under the bridge in some time. Madam Speaker, I'd like to also, because we've traversed across the speeches today about the technicalities of the deed of settlement, and actually I would like to just say, if I may, Madam Speaker, for those of you that are not familiar with the workings of Parliament too much, it could be like, why are we doing this? Why are we going through this process of, there was a deed of settlement, why do we have to go through this process? And if we put it in a nutshell, essentially this process here in the House, we're putting into law what was agreed upon in the deed of settlement. So that contract becomes extra legally binding by us going through this legislation process, and I did just want to clarify that for any of our listeners. Madam Speaker, I will end my kōrero with a couple of points. Through our speeches, we've heard the term virtually landless, that Ngāti Pawa was rendered virtually landless after all the land that was taken and other things as well. And I reflect on this a lot, Madam Speaker, when we're going through, particularly when we're going through settlement legislation. I reflect on what virtually landless can mean in practice and to one's wairua and to one's equilibrium. And I whakapapa to Lebanon, and the Ottoman Empire occupied Lebanon for 400 years, and they were brutal. And I think to myself, if they took away the land around my beautiful village of Ainet al Aras, which is very up high in the mountain, I'd feel a lot of anger. And I'd walk around with this anger a lot, Madam Speaker. But I look at our Māori brothers and sisters, and often again, like I said in my speech about whakatohia, you teach me a lot about endurance, about patience, about perseverance. And I'm still learning. So I pray that after this, you can all go forward, quietly close the door on this chapter, open the door on a new chapter, and as my friend and colleague Dan Bidwa said, cultivate that plantation. The plantation of the mind, of the spirit, of the heart, and of the land, all for your mokopuna. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Ngāti Pawa Claims Settlement Bill, third reading.
Permission has been granted for a waiata. Thank you. That was beautiful. Now, we're just going to take a little bit of time to have our guests move around. We have some more guests coming in shortly. So for the House, we'll just take a couple of minutes to do the changeover. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, there is another minute. Yeah.
Oh, stay where you are.
Tinker's probably going to be here. Yeah.
Oh, you really? Yeah.
Yeah, just could you check, please, Suze? Yeah, I know. It's just Suze had the understanding that they were coming, but maybe. Okay, I can't see anyone coming in, so we might actually. think I'll just make a start, so... Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here. Yep, they're here. Yeah. I call on Government Order of the Day number 8.
Ngāti Haoa Claim Settlement Bill, second reading.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Ngāti Haoa Claim Settlement Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Ngāti Haoa Claim Settlement Bill be now read a second time. And Ngāti Haoa, tēnei taku mihi atu kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Very good to see you again in the House, and it's my pleasure to stand for the second reading of the Ngāti Haoa Claim Settlement Bill, which is now nearing the end of its settlement journey after commencing negotiations with the Crown in 2017, though many of the claims that will be settled by this bill date back as far as 1987. I'd like to acknowledge, as I have the Ngāti Haoa contingent joining us today, and I look forward to meeting you all again in force for the third reading of this legislation, which is the final reading of the legislation before this treaty settlement is enacted by legislation, and that will be coming soon. Madam Speaker, the Māori Affairs Committee considered the Ngāti Haoa Claim Settlement Bill from May to October. There was a great deal of interest in the bill. I understand it has received almost 1,500 submissions, which is unprecedented for a treaty settlement bill. Hearings were held both here in Parliament and at Ngā Pū Waiwaha Marae in Taumaranui, lovely spot, I'm bound to say. As Minister for the Arts, I hear a lot of music, but the best music I've heard this year was at Taumaranui at the signing ceremony, where the waiata was like it was on another level in terms of the quality, so I will never forget that. Discussions at hearings at the Select Committee were expansive and often robust. I would like to acknowledge the grace demonstrated by Te Whiri Ngā Kaho or Ngāti Haoa Trust during these passionate discussions. I'd also like to commend the Trust's hospitality in hosting the committee in Taumaranui and taking the time to bring them to the sacred Ngāti Haoa sites. I want to thank the Māori Affairs Committee for their considered review of the bill and their efforts to give each of the many submissions their due. I'm satisfied with the committee's recommendations, which had only minor amendments to resolve technical issues and last-minute overlapping interests with the neighbouring iwi. This redress is reflective of a robust negotiation, and many compromises have been made along the way. But in essence, what we're doing here, and we've had a busy morning with treaty settlements progress, the first reading for Ngāti Tumutumu and just now the final reading for Ngāti Paua. And here we are with Ngāti Haoa based around Taumaranui, and this effort that this nation has been on for the last 30 or 40 years in the treaty settlements with broad consensus and support across the political divides that we have in this country is set about recognising the misdeeds of the past, the wrongs that have been committed by the Crown over many decades going back into the 19th century. and making amends. And I'll be outlining all those details of the settlement in the third reading, which is to come, we hope not too far away. This redress is reflective of the efforts and compromises made along the way, but the trustees, I believe, should be proud of what they have secured for their people. It's the penultimate step towards the settlement, and then we will be here again soon. I want to again thank members of Ngāti Hawa who have come today, welcome them to their parliament, and extend the warm invitation to come back again one more time for the third reading soon. I commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Jimmy Anderson. Ko te mihi tuatahi ki te atua nana nei ngā mea katoa, ko te mihi tuarua ki te whare e tū nei. He mihi mahana ki a koutou katoa i tēnei rā, Ngāti Haua, he mihi mahana ki a koutou. Apati hono tātai hono, te hunga mate ki te hunga mate, apati hono tātai hono, te hunga ora ki te hunga ora. He mihi mahana ki a koutou katoa, nō reira tēnā koutou, hui hui mai tātou katoa. The Ngāti Haua Claim Settlement Bill that we have before us today is a living record of perseverance and a reminder of the injustices inflicted upon Ngāti Haua over the years, but also one of unwavering determination and to seek justice and to seek a new course for future generations. This bill represents a culmination of generations of struggle of tūpuna who endured imprisonment, exile, confiscation, discrimination, and yet through this Ngāti Haua have never surrendered your rangatiratanga through this process. The people of Ngāti Haua, you have carried this mamae over the generations. You've walked a long road to this point in time. So he mihi mana kia koutou, tēnā koutou katoa e tēnei rā. To understand the significance of this bill, I think it's important to reflect also on part of the history in terms of what the actions of the Crown did to breach Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and that goes right back to the New Zealand Company in the 1840s, the selling the soul of lands at Heretaunga that were never willingly sold, the threat of military force as well, the capturing and court-martialling of Ngāti Haua tūpuna, te rangiaitea, sentenced to life imprisonment, who passed away while being imprisoned. It's important to acknowledge those. Matene Ruta te whare aitu, sentenced to death at the time, even in those years, the injustices keep mounting up. 5 other tūpuna exiled to Australia. These events were not isolated. They set the stage for continued conflict for Ngāti Haua and the Crown. And over those years, we see that iwi have stood in solidarity with each other, although labelled rebels and punished for fighting against what was theirs and their rights. The confiscations extended to Taranaki and beyond, and Ngāti Haua's participation in the peaceful protest, Parihaka, which is today is the commemoration date of that sad day in our history in 1881. Once again, with Crown violence, invasion, arrests, and destruction of property that accompanied that. From these events, a long trail, a long legacy of marginalisation ensued. The use of native land courts to individualise land ownership and break up communal ownership of land. The misuse of public works legislation have all compounded these losses over the years. It's important to note that in the early 1900s, Ngāti Haua's remaining lands were again compromised, and the Crown ignored those conditions on the establishment of the Taumaranui Native Township, passing legislation that stripped Ngāti Haua of meaningful control over that area. In addition to that, the creation of Tongariro National Park occurred without any consultation or recognition of Ngāti Haua's deep relationship with that land. So this settlement is an important step to reconnect the kaitiakitanga, to be able to re-establish those in a meaningful way that is acknowledged right across New Zealand and with this legislation. Part of this bill is also the Crown's apology. It represents in part, I hope it really reflects deep thought and reflection of those things that have been so wrongfully done in our past. Through this apology, the bill formally acknowledges the breaches of the Treaty of Waitangi, and it recognises the Crown's repeated failures to act honourably and the pain that those actions have caused across generations. It's taken nearly 180 years for these injustices to be acknowledged and set right. That fact alone should really give us a moment to pause. I will briefly talk about the cultural redress that's included in here. Some of those overlay classifications, the 64 properties will vest in Ngāti Haua as reserves. There's some wonderful opportunities to see those outlaid. Also included in that is the joint management and partnership of Te Pou Taiao, Joint Management Committee with the Department of Conservation. So good to see co-management, to see partnership operating in bills like this when we go forward. The bill also provides for Ngāti Haua representation on the Conservation Board, a voice where once there was no voice at that table. So good to see it. It gives recognition to your iwi's mātauranga and the role of kaumātua and kaitiaki and day-to-day decision making. Madam Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that treaty settlements are never just about money or transactions. They're about truth, they're about recognition, and they're about healing. They're about ensuring that our tamariki and mokopuna can grow up in a country that is honest about its past and even dares to be hopeful about its future. The settlement processes are about the Crown fulfilling its obligations under Te Treaty o Waitangi and walking forward in partnership, meaningful partnership. For those of us in this House, our responsibility is to ensure that these settlements are not only honoured in law, but in spirit as well. And that is we as members in this House continue to uphold te mana o te treaty, and that we continue to address the inequities that persist today, whether those be in housing, health, education, or other opportunities. Because true reconciliation is not a moment in time, it is a movement that we all need to be part of. Madam Speaker, I'd like to mention at the end, as Ngāti Haua, as you move forward into a future of self-determination and opportunity, may this settlement be a taonga, a legacy for your mokopuna, a reminder to all of us in this House about the importance of justice, compassion and kotahitanga. To Ngāti Haua, I truly wish may your future be guided by the strength of your past, by the wisdom of your tupuna, and by the light of your wairoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
E te māngai te whare.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call Tiano Tuiana.
Morena, e te pika. I rise on behalf of the Greens to speak to this Ngāti Haua Claims Settlement Bill in this second reading. I'm not a member of the Māori Affairs Select Committee, so I didn't have the privilege of going to Taumaranui and listening to the wonderful music that the Minister referred to earlier, or to hear the submissions, or to partake of the kai as well. But as a previous member of the Māori Affairs Select Committee, in my time it was one of the more collegial, was the most collegial committee in my experience, and one of the reasons for that is that sometimes somebody would show up with a kai. I showed up with power fritters one week. I know that all because the next week Paul Eagle showed up with blue cod and completely shamed me out. So I'm not too sure if that tradition continues over at the Māori Affairs Select Committee, or whether it's collegial or not. But it is important for us as a parliament to work our way through these issues, to give these issues a really attentive consideration. Nō reira, ka mihi atu kia koutou o Ngāti Haua. Nā koutou anō tēnei pire, nā koutou anō tēnei mamai roa, mihi ana ki o koutou nei manawa roa. I te mea iau e pānui ana te hitori o tēnei o nā kōrero hau, he taumaha nā hitori i kite ai. Moi o whānui tātou nā ahuatanga ki Parihaka, moi o pai tātou nā pānga o te pauri, o te pakanga whenua, me te mauhere o nā tipuna, nō reira, nā te hohune o era hitori ka rongo ai te mamai, ka rongo ai te pauri. And just to acknowledge, as I was reading through this bill and through the Select Committee report, that it's quite a heavy history. It's quite a sad history, and it was said earlier around their participation and support of the peaceful actions at Parihaka, the direct actions at Parihaka as well, but then also the imprisonment of two of their tupuna. And that takes really sobering reading when you read that, and I think it's important for us to note that when you read the accounts of Te Rangiatea, an elderly and sick unwell man who was confined for life, and Martine Ruta Te Whareaitu, who was hanged until dead. These kind of things weigh heavily on whānau, they weigh heavily on hapu, and they weigh heavily on community as well. And when I looked at that name, Te Whareaitu, I live up in the Manawa too, and I know some of the Whareaitu whānau. I don't know if they're related to this Whareaitu. I've seen nods in the gallery. My children who go to the Kura Kaupapa or Mana Tamariki went and did their schooling alongside the Whareaitu whānau as well. So to see this name here and to sort of see if there's a connection there is quite personal as well. And just to acknowledge that when the Crown invaded in 1881 as well, they arrested Ngāti Haua people and destroyed their property. And in the 1860s, they were labelled as ho-ho and rebels by the Crown. This history is incredibly painful, and I want to acknowledge your resilience in that. As I was reading through the Select Committee report as well, I did note that there were some amendments that were agreed to by the iwi, by the whānau. So, for example, riverbeds belonging to Te Awa Tupua, where a bill would transfer a number of conservation areas and reserves to Ngāti Haua. The bill would remove the existing conservation and reserve statuses from some rivers after the land around them had been transferred to Ngāti Haua. So there would be changes around clause 138, which would remove reserve status from 2 riverbeds from the additional surveys, and they recommended in the Select Committee amending clause 138 to remove reserve status from a further 6 riverbeds. Clause 139 would remove conservation status from 1 riverbed, and they recommended amending it to remove conservation status from a further 4 riverbeds. And I guess my observation from the outside of that would be that would allow Ngāti Haua more say, I guess, in how that is managed as well. And there are other kind of consequential amendments around the title, for example, the Office of Māori Crown Relations, who were known as Te Arawhiti, its new name Office of Treaty Settlements and Takutai Moana. These bills are incredibly important, and they're incredibly important to traverse. But I guess from the Greens' perspective, we continue to make the point that the point of the treaty is about relationships. It's about ongoing and building relationships. It's not just an end point. It's not just about property rights. It's about trying to build those relationships with iwi, hapu and whānau. And the other point that I would make as well, as I was reading this horrendous and painful history for our whānau from Ngāti Haua as well, is how incredibly important it is for our tamariki and our mokopuna to be able to have this history in kura, be able to have this history in schools, to be able to learn about Te Tiriti Waitangi in our kura, to learn about Te Tiriti Waitangi, the land wars and all of those other sorts of things. Because I don't know, and I'm going to show my age here, I don't know about other members around the... Maybe I'm not going to show my age, maybe we're all age adjacent. But when I was at kura and at school as well, we didn't learn about any of this stuff. I learned about Canada for whatever reason, in the full form as well. But here we have incredible, important history. So I would encourage government MPs and the government in general to actually really think about the changes that are being made in the education sector, because this is important stuff. This history that has been heard by the Māori Affairs Select Committee should be something that we should all be aware of. It helps our tamariki in terms of their identity, to understand the history and the kōrero, the whenua that they walk on as well. So that is incredibly important. The settlement package for this Ngāti Haua settlement, it includes a Crown apology redress. We usually have that. Statutory pardons for 2 Ngāti Haua tūpuna, and those were the 2 tūpuna that I was talking about earlier, so incredibly important. I know that will be for their whānau in particular, so this is an important point, and I'm glad that that's in there. Cultural redress and commercial and financial redress to the tune of $19 million. That's just, I think when we were talking in the previous bills as well, that this is just a small amount, but I do want to acknowledge the work of the committee, but also the patience of Ngāti Haua in accepting really a minuscule and small amount in terms of the total financial amount that they lost because of the land wars, because of their participation at Parihaka, the unjust imprisoning of their tūpuna and killing of their tūpuna as well. But I would say that our Titi o Waitangi and its tuakana he whakaputanga, these are ongoing relationships. These are good things for our country, good things for our tamariki, good things for our parliament. And it is just a beginning. So I would encourage Ngāti Haua kia kaha. Moi o pai mātou nā kākariki i hare nei tukanga, te tukanga māma, te tukanga ngāwari. O koe nei tukanga o te pare mata mo te whakatau kreme he ua. He whakawehewehe whānau, whakawehewehe hapu. Hoi anō, ko te manoko nui o nā te Pāti Kākariki, kia tau anō te waka i rungi i nā puke o te moana, kia tau anō ki tōna tauranga, he timatanga noiho tēnei, mō Ngāti Haua, mō kaitai nei ara anamata, o tira mō tamariki mokopuna, no reira, kare hihe te tōro nā kōrero, kei mutu tēnei mutu tahi karaka, tēnā koutou te whare.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the second reading of the Ngāti Haua redress bill, and like other speakers so far in this second reading, where the usual custom is to talk about what happened at Select Committee, I also was not on the Select Committee. However, I have read this bill a couple of times, gone through it. The history is, as my colleague Tui Ono has described, important to learn. Reading through the raupatu of the 1800s, there's a list, individualised land titles, forced removal of land, Crown purchase from others. It's painful to read through, but native land court, underpayment for land, promises from Crown to enable infrastructure not fulfilled, misuse of Public Works Act. Coming into the 1900s, Ngāti Haua left out of the Tongariro National Park establishment without consultation and not having any part of the management. Waterways used for power, for electricity for our country to grow and establish, created without consultation. Scenic reserves and hydro developments in the Whanganui National Park without consultation, and the Taumaranui Native Township establishment without proper. It's painful to read, Madam Speaker, but it's in this bill and it's our history of this country. We've talked about more pain, the fighting and the figures, the court martials, te rangi aitea and Martini Rutua te whare atu. Reading these stories is painful. The 5 tūpuna are exiled to a foreign land, mistreated. The Parihaka stories for Ngāti Haua's support and people there. So much fighting and so much wrong and so much struggle. The government should protect its people, and the Crown did not. And this is a case that this morning this House has talked about many times, but is repeated so many times throughout our history. This is something that I read, whatever emotion or word you want to put to how I felt when I was reading it. I didn't get to go to the select committee and hear it all, but I'm glad that the House, by the sounds of it, and I'm sure will unanimously support this bill, as is right to do, Madam Speaker. I commend it to the House.
Jenny Marcroft.
E te pika tēnā koe, e te iwi o Ngāti Haua tēnā koutou katoa. E tu ana ahau, he uri no te tai tokero, ki te mihi atu ki a koutou. Ka nui aku mihi mai o hā ki a koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ka mihi ahau hoki ki a tātou katoa, kua hui mai nei, ki te tautoko te kaupapa o te rangi nei. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Ngāti Haua Claims Settlement Bill. Today marks a significant step forward for Ngāti Haua, a journey that has involved many years in negotiation and discussions, and now has had a little bit of time at the Select Committee, and I'd like to acknowledge the hard-working Māori Affairs Committee. As our colleague who spoke from the Green Party noted, that the Māori Affairs Committee is a really collaborative committee, and he put that down to a little bit of kaiso, that sort of brings people together, certainly. But I think the weight of these particular settlement bills enables the House to come together in a way that is quite unusual for us, but I think it's important that we are able to put down our political stripes and come together for a purpose that is greater than us individually. Madam Speaker, when Ngāti Haua began their settlement journey, they traversed the rohe, and their people voted 97% in favour of Tupua o te riri kore and the establishment of the PSGE. This settlement claims a redress package, Madam Speaker, that returns culturally significant sites. There's a cultural revitalisation fund, financial redress, and statutory pardons. And it's those pardons that I would like to speak to particularly today. The pardon for the two Ngāti Haua ancestors, Matene Ruta te Whareaitu and te Rangiatia. They were arrested, tried under martial law, convicted for partaking in a rebellion against the Crown. Te Whareaitu was sentenced to death by hanging, and Te Rangiatia died in imprisonment mere weeks after being sentenced. Their bodies still to this day have not been found, and this legislation not only pardons them, but it recognises their character, their mana, and their reputation. At the same time, 5 others were exiled to Australia. Minister Paul Goldsmith formally delivered the Crown apology to Ngāti Haua at the signing of the Deed of Settlement in March, and at that ceremony he spoke of the statutory pardons for the Ngāti Haua tupuna, Matene Ruta, te Whareaitu and te Rangiatia. I think that was a really important process that was undertook at the signing of the deed, and we continue through that process today. He said that the bill will enact long overdue statutory pardons for these Ngāti Haua tupuna who were treated so harshly by the Crown, and we should not forget that. This has been a 179-year fight since 1846. And doing a little bit of research for this contribution that I'm making today, I listened to a recorded interview from the chair of Ngāti Haua Iwi Trust, Graham Bell, where he talks about the crown breaches. And he talked about settler first and hunger for the land. And also the fact that Ngāti Haua have had to carry the burden of what happened to their rangatira. They were imprisoned and taken away from their people, and he acknowledged the strength of the negotiators to actually have that pardon included in their settlement. It is vindication and validation. Madam Speaker, I'd just briefly like to talk about the rohe that encompasses the Upper Whanganui River, stretching from the slopes of Mount Ruapehu to the townships of Taumaranui, o Whango and the National Park as well. And my connection to Mount Ruapehu in the 1950s, my father, the late Lyndon Marcroft, was a member of the Rotorua Tramping and Skiing Club. They founded that club and they built a hut on the side of the maunga. It's where he proposed to my mother. So I have fond memories, and actually it was in the 50s, there weren't many Māoris on the mountain, so it was great that we were up there skiing. It wasn't until a number of years later, maybe Seymour and Winston became quite a well-known skier, staying in our hut. Madam Speaker, my colleague, the Honourable Shane Jones, Mātua Shane, spoke in the first reading. I'd just like to reiterate his words briefly, that he noted mihi to the current leaders, to the community of Taumaranui. It is a place to shelter, and he hopes that this settlement represents a piringa, a place to shelter in times of adversity in the future. I commend this bill to the House.
Tēnā rā koe e te pika.
Debbie Ngariwa-Peka.
E Ngāti Haua, e ngā whānau me ngā hapu o te roi o Ruapehu, ki te awa tupua, tēnei te mihi aroha kei au koutou katoa. It's an honour to be standing on behalf of Te Pāti Māori and noting the day of Parihaka Day, Te Pāhuatanga, that 144 years ago the Crown stormed on a place of peace and interrupted the natural development of whānau, and it is not without note that today we have the generosity of Ngāti Haua here today to reclaim and restore what the Crown should never have done to it in the first place. Settlements are unsettling. They're actually some of the worst experiences that whānau, hapu and iwi can go through. And the cruelty of them is that we must enter in them, but we also are told and dictated what to do through a process that is anything but hapu whānau, iwi friendly. So I mihi to all of those who have had to front this and also acknowledge the courage and the endurance of Ngāti Haua. Te pua o te riri kore, the blossom, the flower of peace, is again a show of the aroha that this iwi has for us as a nation. And it is also not lost on us the generations of opportunities, the generation of growth and contribution that could have happened to this nation had our natural development not been interfered with. So we come into this with humility and noticing that Ngāti Haua have indeed decided to facilitate and imagine themselves away from colonisation. And it is not about justice that's been delivered. It is actually about their love for all of us in this nation to progress and find a way forward. Settlements are capped. They're barely 1% of everything that has been lost. And when rules have been predetermined, boundaries predetermined, it is really important that the nation feel the love of Ngāti Haua for us all today. I also stand in acknowledgement for the tupuna Mātene Ruta Te Whariaitu and Te Rangiatia. I am related to Tini Te Whariaitu through a marriage in the Tamaka whānau, who my kuia was, and I hope that this goes towards some way of lifting the trauma of what the whānau and the hapu and the iwi have had to endure. The return of wahitapu is not about hectares. We acknowledge this is about wakapapa and wairua and restoration and reclamation. And we sincerely hope that that restoration desired happens. We know that the dollars for cultural revitalisation and redress will never erase the past, but we hope that Ngāti Haua will be able to rebuild and reclaim and restore and revitalise their language, their tikanga, their kaitiakitanga, their education for their mokopuna, because that is what this is all about. It is our hope for the establishment of Te Tairango or Te Karona, that those 14 partnerships put you back to the position that you should have been, where the treaty is honoured and the partnership with these agencies goes the way you need it to. And the true weight of the settlement that carries both grief and hope is able to be carried through so that the dreams of our ancestors who dreamed for their mokopuna's freedom happens. For Pāti Māori, these settlements are not the end of history, they're the beginning of transformation, and we acknowledge everything that you aspire to do. Reconciliation, when led by iwi, becomes an act of reclamation. It is reweaving the wakapapa between people and place, between past and future, and it is our true hope that you are able to progress, not only carry the weight of what has happened, but also carry the hope of your future aspirations. These settlements are a reminder of not only our struggle for justice, that it will continuously be ongoing, but that mana motuhake is not negotiated, mana motuhake is lived. Mā te tika, mā te pono, ka tū te mana motuhake. Through truth and integrity, our self-determination will stand. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker.
Ka harani kata.
Ko te kupu, ko te atua, ko rangi nui ki runga, ko papatua nuku ki raro, ka mate ai te tangata, ka pō, ka ao, ka Aotearoa, Māori ora. The Greens strongly support the Ngāti Haua Claims Settlement Bill at its second reading, and we again acknowledge Ngāti Haua who are in the gallery here today. I moved over here so that I could see you a little bit better. At the first reading, members of the House reflected on the scale and the relentlessness of what was done to Ngāti Haua. Today, after Select Committee consideration, that historical account and the Crown apology and the intent to restore and respect mana remain at the heart of what we are doing here. The Green Party continues our long-held position that these settlements are not full and final. Te tiriti was never something to settle, but something to uphold and honour. We also recognise that this deed is what Ngāti Haua iwi members have themselves agreed to, over 96% of valid votes. That matters, because our job in this place is not to impose what we think justice looks like for tangata whenua, but to follow the directions and decisions of iwi themselves. At Select Committee, we heard from Ngāti Haua and again from those who hold whakapapa and connection to this beautiful whenua. The kōrero was clear. The process that led to the settlement were not rushed. They were long, they were hard, they were carried by iwi over many, many years in good faith and with so much patience. We heard concerns from sub-submitters who felt that they had not been represented or heard in the mandating process, and we also heard from Ngāti Haua Iwi Trust and from officials who confirmed that the mandating and ratification processes were thorough. We advised that this dispute resolution took place, as it should. Kōrero, kanohi ki te kanohi. We were advised that overlapping interests were worked through, and we were advised that iwi themselves are confident in this pathway. So when we say through this bill that Ngāti Haua has chosen this settlement, we are not speaking on guesswork. We are speaking to the reality that over 90% of valid iwi votes supported this, and that is clarity. We have to keep naming the truth. The historical account records that Ngāti Haua suffered the forced taking of land for the main trunk line, the forced taking of land for dams, the establishment of Tongariro National Park without consultation, the destruction of property at Parihaka, the use of the Public Works Act to dispossess, and the stigmas and legal labels imposed on tupuna as rebels and targets to be controlled, punished, erased. The consequences of those acts were poverty, low educational outcomes, poor housing, dispersal of people from their kāinga, from their whenua, erosion of te reo and cultural practices, and the dismantling of an economic base that is essential to rangatiratanga. These were not accidents. They were deliberate choices. So it is right that this Parliament now makes choices to put some things right, including respecting the mana of Te Rangiatea and Mātene Ruta Te Whare Aitu through pardons in this bill. I know that means a lot to whānau. No one should pretend that property transfers or rights of first refusal or statutory acknowledgement restore what was taken. But they can return some land. They can return naming. They can return recognition. They can return authority over riverbeds to correct guardians. And that is why the Greens support this bill in the spirit of restoration and with clarity that Te Tiriti is ongoing and active. I commend this bill to the House.
Carl Bates.
Ina mana, ina reo, ina iwi, e rangatahi mā tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to stand in this House and speak to the Ngāti Hoa Claim Settlement Bill. As the member for Whanganui, which will soon include the communities on the outskirts of Taumarunui, as well as Ōwhango and Waimarino, all part of the rohi connected to the settlement claim. I look forward to deepening my engagement with Ngāti Hoa alongside Barbara Kruger and Suze Redmayne as local members of Parliament, as this settlement translates into reality for you here. Today's bill is a recognition of history, a restoration of mana, and a step towards to a future built on partnership. As highlighted in the Whanganui Chronicle, this settlement marks the beginning of a new chapter for Ngāti Hoa, one that will see the return of lands, the restoration of dignity, and the empowerment of future generations. The Chronicle's coverage reminds me that the sites covered as part of the settlement bill are tonga woven into the identity of Ngāti Hoa and our wider region. During the first reading, I reflected on the significance of the statutory pardons for Tupuna Te Rangiatea and Mātene Ruta Whare Aitu. Their stories and those of many others across New Zealand are a reminder of the fragile foundations on which our justice system was built. I mentioned that I'd read The Fragile Foundations, the application of English criminal law to crimes committed in New Zealand between 1826 and 1907. It spoke of the challenges and the injustices faced by Māori under British law, how the application of foreign legal principles led to convictions, confiscations, and the erosion of mana. The story of Ngāti Hoa's tupuna is one of several in that book. But today, through this bill, we continue to address those injustices and try to restore what was lost. This settlement recognises Ngāti Hoa's role as kaitiaki and enabling your iwi to thrive. As I said in my maiden speech, the story of Taranaki Maunga and its journey down the Whanganui Awa is one that I learnt as a child, never imagining how often I would refer to it in this house. Each settlement, our rohi, breathes life into our awa. And I hope that through this bill, all people who live by our river can look forward to the opportunities that the post-settlement entity will provide. I want to acknowledge the hard work and determination of Ngāti Hoa, those present today, those watching from afar, and those who have passed before us. Your commitment to justice and to reconciliation has brought us to this moment. I also acknowledge the Crown negotiators, ministers past and present, and all those who have worked to progress the settlement. Madam Speaker, this bill is a testament to the resilience shown by Ngāti Hoa. It is a reminder that our work is not yet done. We must continue to build relationships based on respect and on trust, and to ensure that the mistakes of the past are never repeated. My hope is that as we move forward, there will be fewer tears in our awa and more opportunities for all who call our rohi home. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Right, Honourable Adrian Ruarathi.
Tēnā koe te māngai o te whare o te rā. Kia koutou ngā whānau me ngā hapu katoa Ngāti Hawa. Tēnei ahau tuku mihi atu kia koutou, tēnā koutou. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention the recent passing of Paura Haitana and his close relationship to Ngāti Hawa. Uncle Baldy, as he was affectionately known, was at every kaupapa, and I wouldn't be surprised that he'd be here today in spirit. Madam Speaker, I am on the Māori Affairs Select Committee, and I got to listen to all of the submitters. I think we gave a fair hearing to all of the those who made submissions, and there were quite a few. I think, to be fair, that at the time we called for submissions was the same time as another bill that's been discussed in this House was also had submissions called for, and I suspect it got caught up with that bill. And I say that because there were a number of those submissions you'd swear were talking about a different bill altogether. But however, they got a fair hearing. It was really important that the Māori Affairs Select Committee heard from those, particularly those who were against the bill and the settlement. But afterwards, I'd have to say that we were satisfied that what we heard from the negotiators, from the Trust, addressed all of those issues. And I point in particular to Whakapapa Island and the different stories that we heard around that. And there were complaints about not being consulted, about not being heard. I did enjoy one of the submitters who basically said, when asked about consultation, he said, he's a rangatahi as well, he says to us, well, you have to want to be consulted with to be consulted, or words to that effect. And we found that everyone had had a fair opportunity to have their say on this settlement. And suffice to say, we also heard from the Trust telling us that there had been an agreement with Ngāti Tūwhare Toa over Whakapapa Island. And so if members read in the Select Committee report, you will see exactly that spelt out in that report. Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the clock. I could talk for a lot longer, but I'm going to truncate my contribution. I expect to have a 10-minute call in the third reading, but I'd really like to see the second reading pass before lunchtime today. Nō reira, ka nui te mihi ake ki a koutou aku whanaunga, tēnā koutou katoa.
Oh, sorry. Tēnā koe. What?
I call Sue's Redmayne.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Tēnā koe I te mange o te whare. Ina mana whenua e Ngāti Hawa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. It's an honour to speak to the second reading of the Ngāti Hoa Claim Settlement Bill, and I mean that with all of my heart. When I became a Member of Parliament, I never thought one of my greatest privileges, my greatest joys, would be speaking in the House on days like today. The opportunity to speak on treaty settlement bills. It's truly an honour. The Ngāti Hoa Claim Settlement Bill gives effect to Te Pua o Te Riri Kore, the flower of peace, the deed of settlement between the Crown and Ngāti Hoa, signed in March this year at Ngā Pūwaiwaha Marae in Taumarunui, on a stunning day in the northern reaches of the mighty Rangitikei. I was there with my colleagues Ministers Paul Goldsmith and Tama Potaka. We heard heartfelt kōrero from Ngāti Hoa's Graham Tinkerbell. He told us on that day, finally our story can be heard, and the Crown now acknowledges the injustices that were inflicted on Ngāti Hoa. Financial redress is important, but it's not everything. There is so much more. Through this process, injustices are acknowledged, like the people of Ngāti Hoa being pushed out of Heratonga, like the execution of your tupuna, Mātene Ruta Te Whareatu, in 1846, when the ink was barely dry, as Tinka says, on the Treaty of Waitangi, and the incarceration and subsequent death in custody of Te Rangiatea. Importantly, this settlement includes statutory pardons for your tupuna whose fates have carried great pain across generations. Their names and their mana now formally restored. Through this process, stories are told and history is acknowledged, like the poisoning of flour, which forced your people to resort to eating things like the mamaku tree to sustain yourselves. In Tinker's words, that kōrero has been passed down to us for generations, so we feel a sense of validation to have those things recognised in our deed. While no settlement can truly compensate for what was lost, this bill lays the foundation for partnership, one grounded in respect, cooperation and mutual trust. To the trustees and negotiators, and those of you that are here especially today, thank you. To all those who carried this kaupapa long before, Eugene Topani, Archie Aotearoa, Kevin and Flo Amohia, Nairi Etana and so many others, your legacy is with us, especially today. To Minister Goldsmith, thank you for the dedication and care shown throughout this process. And finally to the Select Committee members who have shepherded this bill, especially my colleagues David, Dana, Rima and Greg. Thank you for your hard work. I know you share my sentiments. It is a great privilege as an MP, especially for you as members of the Māori Affairs Select Committee, to be part of this process, to hear the stories, share the history and play your part in helping to shape the future. Ngāti Hoa, the name of your post-settlement governance entity, Te Whiranga Kākaho or Ngāti Hoa, captures the essence of this settlement. It draws from the proverb, whiria ngā kākaho e kore e whati. Weave together the kākaho reeds, they become unbreakable. The story of Ngāti Hoa is one of strength through unity. The strands of whakapapa, tikanga and whānau woven tightly together through challenge and change. Ngāti Hoa, the people of Te Kahui Monga ki Tangaroa, from the mountains to the sea. May this settlement empower you to continue writing your story. May this settlement empower you to continue writing your story on your own terms, strong in identity, secure in your whenua, and confident in your rangatiratanga. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Honourable Pina Henare.
A tēnā koe te māngai o te whare kāti ka tautoko atua hau i ngā kupu whakatau i ngā kōrero whakamiha ki runga i a koutou e Ngāti Hāua. Ko koutou kei te whiore o ngā mahi i te atane. I timata mai ki roto i a Ngāti Rāhiri tumu ki runga i te maunga o Aotearoa. Ana ki te rohe o Hauraki, a tatu atu rā ki a Ngāti Pāwa. Ana ka mutu i a koutou i te atane i tēnei kā mihi, tēnei kā tangi. Tēnei kā tangi ki ngā aitu a kua kōrero hia nei te whare. E tika ana kia whakairihi ake ki runga i te tāhuhu kōrero o tō tātou whare. Kia pai ai te haerenga whakamutunga o tēnei pire ki tōna pānuitanga tuatoru a tai hoake ne. Ngāti Haua, I was interested as I read your legislation, and I wondered why I didn't speak on it in the first reading. I must have been away that day. I generally speak on most of these bills, and as I read your bill, it brought back a lot of memories. As a child, only twice I ever attended an Anzac Day service with my grandfather, the late Sir James Henare. And two of those two occasions, was in Taumarunui. He would always go to Taumarunui to remember his comrades of the 28th Battalion and those who served alongside him in the World War. In fact, as far as I knew, up until recent times at least, his picture would hang in the RSA whare in Taumarunui. And I always asked him why we'd go to Taumarunui for Anzac Day, given he's a proud Ngāpuhi man and commander of a company and then ultimately the battalion. And he would talk regularly about his comrades, the likes of Hori King and others who he remembered fondly and he served with during the World War. But then he would go on to talk about the history and the connection. And he talked about Te Rangi Aotea, who is here mentioned in the bill for his wrongful conviction. And he also spoke about Mātene Ruta Te Whareaitu. And the connection he would continue to make with us as young people from Ngāpuhi was well known that during the time that these two gentlemen were sadly locked up unjustly by the Crown at the time, it was our tupuna Pōmare who actually made his way down and came across Rangi Aotea in particular. And he would talk about the injustice that befell these two men by the Crown, and also the deeds that Pōmare would look after those who found themselves incarcerated. And in fact, if you look across many of the history that we've spoken about in tribal settlements in this house, we know Pōmare came here, was close with Te Rangi Haiata, and there are plenty of other instances where he would take food. In particular, Ngāpuhi chiefs would take food to the many prisoners who were held unjustly in places like Mount Eden, in Wellington, in Dunedin, and many other places around the country. And it was because of those deeds of our ancestors we would go to Taumarunui, of all places. And so when I look up in the gallery and I read the bill and I think about the importance of Ngāti Hauā and the work that they've done to bring themselves this far in this bill, I can't help but remember him and say thank you to you all. And because this has been such a long morning, Madam Speaker, I want to finish by saying, kia ungutu I ngā o ngoto ngoto, let us bring together the embers of a hot fire. Kia titia rā ko te rākau, ki roto ka whakairohia he taiaha. Let us put the rākau into the fire so that it may harden and we can carve a taiaha. Whiua ki te rangi, whiua ki te whenua. Cast it to the sky and cast it to the earth. Whakairihi ake rā ki runga I te tāhuhu kōrero o tēnei whare. Then we lay it to the talking ridgepole of this house. Kia tiki nātu rā I te whakatutukitanga o tēnei pire. We will grab it again during the third reading of this bill. Whano, haere mai te toki, haumi e, hui e.
Rima Narkley.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise as the final kōrero that's going to be given in the second reading of this settlement bill that we're considering today, the Ngāti Hauā Claim Settlement Bill. Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge those guests in the gallery from Ngāti Hauā that are here with us today. Thank you for travelling here, and thank you also for the manaakitanga that you showed us when we were at your on your lands. It's an experience I will never forget, particularly when we went and visited what some would call the cherry grove, and where you so diligently, Mr. Willie Jackson, explained and described what it would have been like back in the day with all the different waka joining there. That's something that's tattooed in my memory. What's also tattooed in my memory, Madam Speaker, is that, yes, we did traverse different opinions when it came to the submissions, but something that stood out in a way that it hasn't stood out to me before was when it came to the dissenting views or the different opinions, they were conveyed and packaged in love, and they were given in a way that it was almost like there was a pain in expressing the difference of opinion because they were underpinned with aroha, with love. At the end of the day, you're all cousins. And that's something that I walked away from that submission hearing thinking, my goodness, the way that your cousins and you to each other, to the guests in the gallery, Madam Speaker, and those at the submission hearing, just were able to convey these differences of opinions, as I said, packaged in the right way, packaged with love, and always remembering the underlying threads that bound you all together, and that's your blood. So, Madam Speaker, I too would like to acknowledge that today we are trying, as much as I have a lot to say, and I was up till 1:30 in my office writing notes because this is very important, but I am going to maybe cut to the chase because I want us to complete as well the second reading before lunchtime so that none of you have to remain longer than necessary in our whare here in Wellington. I want to, before I end, would like to add on to what Minister Goldsmith said when he said it was the best music I have ever heard at the signing ceremony. Well, one of the people on one of the groups on my Spotify favourites list is Ngāti Hawa. Now, it seems to be the same logo. I don't know if it's associated with you, but it's absolutely beautiful, particularly the song Kingi Tuheitia. May he rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I'll end with a quote said by Wade Phillips at the submission hearing. And it's interesting, this quote, because I feel it encapsulates what we are trying to achieve on a general level when it comes to settlement bills. And Mr. Phillips said, though our iwi sought peace, we were met with war. Though we sought to engage, we were manipulated. The consequences of these injustices are still deeply felt today. Social and economic deprivation, cultural dislocation, and the loss of tino rangatiratanga. Yet through all this, Ngāti Hawa has endured. We have held fast to our identity, our mātauranga, and our aspirations. The settlement is a symbol of our endurance and a step towards justice. We cannot undo the past, but we can begin to restore balance. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Ngāti Hawa Claim Settlement Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. The House now stands adjourned until 2 p.m. today. I'm not sure if our guest came prepared with a waiata. I don't have it on here, but as the House is adjourned, it's entirely up to you. If you're not wanting to do it now, we can. The House is adjourned till 2 p.m.